So, before we begin today's foray, thanks, of course, to Paizo for sponsoring our adventures here on their network. Obviously, they are the ones that made all of this. Quest for the Frozen Flame, the game that we're playing, you know, the Pathfinders.
They didn't make the cameras.
They did make the Twitch channel, though.
They made all of this being the game, obviously.
Wait, Paizo created Twitch?
They made cool
Paizo
cards.
built this house, actually. Paizo built this studio, and their carpenters created this table. They have a factory where they made all of these dice. Yeah, their wardrobe department.
They're actually like a cyberpunk megacorp. They're like in everything.
I was about to say, Paizo gave me a reason to leave my house.
They actually installed the plumbing. They gave me this water that I can drink while we're playing.
Yep.
They made the cups.
Did Paizo make the cups?
They made the phones. So you taught everything.
Yeah, they made this phone that I use that I can see the chat on paizo.twitch.tv because they own the internet company that we're streaming to. Also providing the internet to this studio as well, and the electricity. No.
I think we took that as far as it could go.
I think at that point, other than like we have to rent the air that we're breathing, I'm not really sure where else to go from that point.
They made the earth we're on.
Well, all seriousness.
Thank you, Paizo.
Thank you,
Second
Paizo.
edition is freaking great.
It is.
I do love second edition.
I freaking love second edition.
Pathfinder.
I loved first edition, but man, I freaking love second edition.
Wait until you try third edition.
I don't even know like where you can go from this.
Yeah, this is just
like
awesome.
this is a
5
system.
actions.
Well, gotta go back and make a new video.
I had to rename my YouTube series, but no, like seriously, the problems like most complaints people had about 1E, and I'm not here to start edition wars, but like most complaints that I had at least about first edition are intrinsic to the system, and it's like kind of hard to address. It's hard to deal with the level of complexity, like how hard it is to onboard a new player with how complex players are. How easy it is to make like a totally defunct level 1 character that just doesn't even function.
Monkey lunge.
Like that's monkey lunge. That's hard. Don't worry about it. If you know, you know. Those are hard to fix without like big systemic overhauls, but I can't think of a thing like, is this system absolutely perfect? No, like everything can be improved, but the things that I can think of are much more minor, generally like individual ways that single rules are handed or like balancing things.
Most of the suggestions
you can-
online that I've seen on how to improve Pathfinder Second Edition actually makes the game worse. So
Yeah,
I think
and
that's a good sign.
it's short-sighted things.
Yeah.
Like you're like, I fixed X by doing Y, and they're like, well, and they don't realize that ruins the entirety of Z, kind of thing, or like
No,
that.
you know, I think
It's all of Dirk's
No,
suggestions,
it's
actually.
about
Every
don't
idea Derp has ever
stop
had. So
talking.
we should
like-
really give casters runes like marshals.
So I literally don't know. I don't know how you could make like even a theoretical Pathfinder 3 that is better than this. I don't even know. It's not like I put a ton of thought into this because the system is freaking fantastic. But like I cannot even think of like a system level complaint that I could lodge. It's freaking great. I love this game.
Pathfinder 3, you get 5 actions. Everyone goes at the same time. You spin an
Whoever
action.
can scream their actions the loudest goes first.
Spin an action to interrupt someone else. Now it's your turn.
It's Slapjack, the RPG.
That's the only rules. You get 5 actions. Everyone goes at the same time. Loudest wins.
The closest thing that I can think of, and this is like tabletop like fantasy D20 heresy, is, and I will die on this hill. I will fight people for this.
I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever you're going to
The
say.
only reason core stats are even still a thing is because they're grandfathered in at this point. I think we have moved beyond the need for strength, dex, con, int, whiz, charisma.
I like it.
But they are so like iconic central building block to the system that's like
But Squid,
that's like taking the D20
Squid,
away.
how do I know who I am without that, though?
I think between like proficiency,
How do I know?
you could make a simpler core system, because we've reached a point
But I
where
don't-
it's especially prevalent in casters.
But how do I know how strong I am?
You have your stat
It's called athletics.
that is the thing that you do.
No, that's how athletic I am.
You could make this like 3 things down from 6, I think, pretty easily.
I think you could probably throw them out entirely.
I think you, if not get rid of them entirely,
Honestly.
I literally think you can mash Ant Wisdom and Charisma into one ball at this point.
No, I can't.
Brain.
No,
Mental stat.
no.
You could make it brain.
But
You could have the
stat.
3 B's.
this is
brain,
this
brawn,
is this
and
is
something
Wilden
else.
now. This is Wilden now. We're out there in like the theoretical quantum physics
No,
of
I'm
D20
thinking now.
systems.
You gotta
Stop!
think.
We have no, think later. I've made a mistake. I've given Nick an idea.
Make your flow chart. You just opened the
All
can of
physical,
worms, and
all
now
mental, and then add like spiritual.
The man's gonna show up with a homebrew
I
treatise
want to
next
get
week
rid
of like
I want to see if I can get rid of core stats.
How
and
to
have those
remove-
things still work.
You're an idiot. Stop thinking.
Just have proficiency levels in physical and
Squid,
mental
you
I
just-
really think
Squid,
proficiency
you
could
just
take it over
ruined
entirely.
my marriage.
Nick, focus.
Huh.
Quest of the Frozen
Oh,
Flame.
yeah. Sorry.
We're not theory crafting insane homebrew right now.
don't
That
make me
comes
get my
later.
X.
That comes later.
Didn't we like just almost get me
And
killed?
last week,
No,
Yeah.
you almost got you killed.
Yes.
I was doing it for the family.
You did a great job.
Thanks.
you got bonked pretty hard.
That was
You
on
got,
purpose. Somebody had to take it this time, and it was me.
Someone had to get bonked, I suppose.
It's a rotation.
We've made our way following the last wishes of the late grandfather Sven Elder of the Broken Tusk following of our clan on the run to the east to an old ancestral site that was once the closest thing to a divinely ordained purpose that the Tusks had. That the Burning Mammoths had when that was still our name, when we were still one. Red Cat Cave, the site of an ancient spirit beholden to the Broken Tusks, protecting a relic, an artifact of unknown power but incredible significance that disappeared generations ago. On the run now, there is little else for us to do than return here and hope that perhaps this ancient spirit of our people may have some guidance. We found the cave, not abandoned. It was settled by an impressive number of little...
Horrors.
Well, they're not horrible. They're little naked...
Put the picture.
Little pink frog.
I will let you be the decision.
Look, they're rat moles.
The pink monster.
Those are mole rats.
They're prehistoric.
They are
gripply.
kind of toothy mole rats. They're like more lizardy, bitey mole rats with very bright eyeballs.
This is the
Small
remnants of first
troglodytes.
edition kobolds.
Jury...
Paparazzi mole rats.
The abandoned corpse of one kobolds. I will absolutely take that.
Yeah.
Buried deep beneath the world and forgotten in favor of the cute,
There you
weird,
go.
triangular-headed goobers. The second
'em.
edition onboarded. I also love them. I love new kobolds.
I'll protect them with my life.
But
Little shovel
these
faces.
things, while we initially, they were obviously hostile, defensive of their nest, weren't massively aggressive. And as we start today's adventures, we are bringing back a strange little hat.
I got
a
the
little
hat.
leather arming cap with a divot atop it, the very crest of the thing, with a smoldering little candle set within, seeming to be made of plain wax with a traditional wick. The flame still flickering, but brightly casting off far more light than a candle has any right to. As I assume, we bring it back into the underground lake where we had met this
It's ours now.
other strange denizen of the cave, a water spirit lurking within this underground
Water
lake.
elemental.
She's mossly attractive.
Those are
As far as we're concerned, they're
Like,
basically the same thing.
interchangeable words.
It's a person made out of water.
It's a person made out of water.
Not a goose. That's what matters.
It's not a goose.
Not
It
a
hasn't
goose.
honked aggressively at us.
I mean, I'm happy with
It has
it.
not acid splashed anyone for all of their health immediately.
She's kind of been flirting with me.
She's just been hanging out on the edge of the lake and is quick to return. In fact, seeming like she hadn't even left, kind of propped up on her forearms on the shore, eagerly awaiting as she sees the light coming on the tunnel.
We found the hat.
And it suddenly seems that simple. These strangers to this cavern, mortal folk from the world above, arrive and mere minutes later have returned with this wonderful prize.
He broke my nose.
He It was a terrible and far from weak creature.
Oh, geez, we need to fix that.
I'm just saying, it's.
I've had that happen before. Hold still.
Please don't. Don't. If you do it, I will. Don't let Amka touch me right now.
I have a feather.
Are you gonna tickle me with it?
Just gonna kind of like poke it a little bit and then toss it on the ground. And it goes and turns into a holly bush.
Oh,
Oh,
what an interesting little bit of magic you have.
just.
I found it.
Am I supposed to eat them?
Well, just the berries. There are 8 of them.
Ooh.
All the berries.
He'll just start eating berries.
It's a hit point apiece.
These are actually really good.
They're actually really tasty holly berries. Holly berries are normally poisonous, kids. Don't do this at home.
Also known as snake berries.
What a wonderful little
Thanks.
twist
Tanwi?
of enchantment. The feather born into a bush here in a cavern the sun has never touched.
Here's these to Nocta. Help me brew them.
Back.
Okay.
Herbal medicine.
Oh, thanks.
They should help with the pain and the blood and the probably in your lungs.
Thanks. Hold
Can
the
I-
nose. Hold the nose.
Can I make a last request of the group of you here?
Sure.
Can you leave this strange little hat, this cap? Keep it here while one of you goes and fetches the leader of these little blind times.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I know, I really want to see the look on her face when it's returned to her.
Okay.
What do I do?
Onway, shall we go get them?
Yes, absolutely.
So as Aram takes a couple of these tinctures here from Amka, Hanwi and Ozash go and once again retrieve the strange little creature.
The
Oh, I
alpha
forgot I got a
frog.
haircut. That was not what I expected to feel when I touched top of my head. I too am confused. I was like, whoa, where's the hair? And heads up, and the group of you come back with this strange little lizard-like being in tow. And it comes around the corner and would certainly see the light being cast out by this strange little cap, near equivalent to the magical enchantment that I believe Hanwi, or whoever had cast this spell, Amka, had cast out onto this little charm you have amongst your horns. It flickering with a much more reddish tint very obviously immediately gets the creature's attention, and its lights start to flash. Not this blinding brightness is perhaps an ingrained reaction at this point, a few of you shield, but they are quick, sporadic, intermittent, near random, brief flashes. And to this, Gathkanar at the edge of the pool smiles. Look how excited she is. Look at this wonder. Go on.
You're so pretty when you smile.
She is, isn't she? It doesn't even look at you. It just looks at this
Seems very
little blind
excited.
time here. They are. As far as I can tell, much of their communication is this blinking, this little flashing. They make very few noises except to attempt to ward off intruders such as yourselves. Well, go on. And the little creature approaches. Who has the hat right now? You have the hat. The little creature kind of immediately totters right up to Aram and just grabbing for
Yeah,
it. Just
you can-
immediately
you can
grabs it and
give-
snatches it and skitters back and puts it on her head. Now, it is, again, like a leather arming cap, and this is not a very humanoid head. It does not sit down on her head.
kinda sits
It
on
just
the
sort
head.
of sits on the top of her head, and she puts it. It just stands there for a minute. Her eyes not slowing down, still just flashing, strobing almost.
Do you need help with the hat?
Is it okay? Or
Kanar's back.
Does he need help with something?
No! She loves it. Look at her eyes. Look
Oh.
at the flashing, the excitement. She's so happy.
Now I kind of want to give her a cape. Would she like a cape?
Well, I don't know. She just seems so enamored by this strange little cap of hers that she brought her entire tribe up here to seek its return. But Can you not tell? Can you not feel this raw expression of joy? And she's just standing there, like, it's a really awkward little pose. She's not holding it. She has her claws kind of like right out next to it, and her eyes are still just blinking madly.
I can feel the excitement. Yeah.
It looks like
I mean,
she's
maybe.
enraptured. She's not even thinking. Her knees are probably going to be really sore when she comes back to her senses.
Well, she has a hard time balancing the thing, admittedly. It doesn't really fit on her head
Maybe she wants a
terribly
scarf.
well, but
Give
it
her a
doesn't seem to
little
bother her.
scarf.
Would it help if we give her a strap she could put under her
Yeah, that might
neck?
help.
Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
Ooh, that's a great idea. I've got a little piece of
The cap does appear to have a few little buckles at the bottom, little metal bits. You could,
Yeah, I've got a
you
piece
could
of
perhaps
leather.
tie something on. And she turns to little blind time. They're going to help you. These folk here, they brought you back your wonderful little hat, and they're going to make a bit of cord so that you can wear it proudly and more easily.
There we go. This will make sure he doesn't lose it too.
Little thing immediately like sticks its arms out to the side. It's almost a bowing motion, trying to bend itself forward like it's pointing the hat
Oh, just
down towards you. As soon as it moves forward, the hat topples off its head onto the ground.
I'll pick up the hat and I'll gently place it back on her head, and I'll start to take the little like leather piece that I've torn off, and I'm just gonna start tying it a little bit, just crafting something really, really simple that I think won't degrade or
Just
break
two,
down too
like,
easy.
tight knots
Yeah.
on each buckle.
As you just sort of tie this on here and step back, this little blind time. It cocks its head to the sides. Eyes still blinking the entire time.
I'll go like this to her to see if she gets this.
Sort of moves its head around, realizes the helmet's attached, and turns and sprints back up the path towards the rest of the nest.
And there it goes.
I guess that worked.
Wonderful!
Like a child with a new carved toy.
Do you think now that it's pleased with us, it'll be less? It and its kin will be less hostile.
I can't imagine that they're simple creatures, sure, but their intelligence, their cunning and ability to understand situations. I heard echoes of the sounds of battle when I assume you first entered the cave, but they fell quiet quickly, and I can't imagine with how brief it was. You slew much of the nest. They understand, and surely if their leader does, the rest of them follow.
You should really make sure that they don't go down there, though, because there's a lot of traps that we stepped over, but I don't know if they would see them. Maybe we should set them off
We
or
should
something.
probably get something that we can use for that. Maybe we can go outside and see. We just went around the traps, but they're still quite dangerous.
Well, I
don't
saw
want-
you pick your way over a few of them.
we
from
don't want them
here.
to get hurt.
Understandable. I'm curious to see if they decide to stay, the little things, now that they have what they came for. They don't seem very comfortable here on the surface. Even just, well, any light at all, beyond your simple little enchantments or their hat, seems to really bother them. They retreat deep into their nests during the day, several chambers back from the mouth of the cavern. They seem to be so sensitive to it.
Well, even if they leave, you'll have your solitude back.
Peace, if that. I do enjoy watching them frolic about in the water's edge, trying to catch these small little fish that come near these stone shores.
Virgil does the same thing at home.
I'm just happy to not have to see them suffer anymore. Thank you, all of you. It's rare that I hear any stories of kindness from the mortals that walk the surface of these worlds, but clearly there are some with good in their souls.
Well, the Broken Tusk, we try to live in harmony with, well, everyone who'll have it.
If only there were more of your kind like you.
If only.
Well, I never thought to ask, actually. Well, surely you came to this cave for a reason. Wasn't hunting these little creatures. That much is sure.
Guidance.
Guidance.
Oh, yes. We were looking for Grum'bak, the Groundbreaker. An
Right.
ancient spirit our ancestors used to go talk to.
You had mentioned, you'd asked about that name.
Mm-hmm.
It's, yeah, one I'm unfamiliar with. I assume those answers, if they're already to be found, lie deeper within the caverns.
I guess we'd have to cross over the traps again anyway, so we should probably set them off to be safe.
I'll go get a big stick.
I won't forget you soon, mortals. You've brought me great joy this day. Sort of pushing back from this shore here, she sort of sinks back into the water, and even knowing she's there with the light of your little enchanted charm basically invisible as soon as she dips below the surface, just the barest shadow of a figure you can make out.
That was a great honor she just bestowed.
Yeah, something came out of the water that didn't try to kill us.
Huh. But no, an immortal promised to remember us.
Wow, I hadn't really thought about it like that.
Think about how long their existence is.
You want to fill up your water skin there? You seemed like you were a little thirsty.
What? She was real pretty. Hey, what? She seemed to like all of us.
All right, come on now. Let's get going.
Okay.
Aram, you're turning red. Are you
Stop.
feverish?
The group of you would have no difficulty if there was nothing suitable in any of your packs. Stepping back outside the cave for a moment, passing through the nest where you'd see the leader of these creatures excitedly kind of surrounded by much of her herd that are all just sort of around, kind of poking and looking at this hat again. Her eyes still flashing rapidly, and several of the rest of them doing the same in return. A rave show visible from the adjoining passageways immediately around the corner from this lake. And you could come back with, like a pretty good stick, like a decently sized branch a few feet long. That you could use to attempt to do something with these tripwires from a reasonable distance.
Tripwire stick.
Stick.
I'm also gonna see if I can, if any of them are big enough that I can shoot an arrow into it and break it that way.
Ooh.
Anything that keeps me at least 10 feet away from that.
Yeah, tossing this stick over from a distance. Make me a ranged attack roll.
It's a natural 20.
Easily able to throw this in, and the stick.
Way to waste it.
Well, not really, actually, because disarming it from a distance is going to be moderately complicated because these are not like finely made traps. These tripwires would take somebody like really stumbling into them with a decent amount of force to trigger.
That's why I got a heavy stick.
So you really got to hit it pretty squarely with this stick. For it to put enough pressure to hit it and break the thing and not just kind of bounce because there's no weight behind it when you're throwing it. But Verge is throwing it, so there's a pretty sizable amount of weight behind it. And it absolutely smashes through the tripwire, dividing the pond from the adjoining chamber and causing the... You hear a bit of a snap echo through the tunnels over the lapping sound of the water, and immediately rumbling overwhelms everything else that you can hear as much of the ceiling kind of cracks and buckles, and a shower of pointed stones as big as fists, some as large as your head, cascade down, leaving a heaping pile behind in the narrowest bit of the pass.
Not very subtle, is it?
I'm glad we missed that.
That's a really nasty trap.
At least he would know anyone who triggered it was coming.
It would be clearly audible throughout the caverns.
Can you imagine how much work it is to clean that up and set it up again? That's got to be at least like 300 pounds worth of rocks.
Yeah, for all we know, he could have had some magic to assist helping put all this back together.
I'm just thinking that Morlock must have been very, very devoted. I'm just imagining him with a large broom.
Maybe he's just bored.
Literally has nothing better to do.
And the trap is, while it is a lot, and it surely would have taken some effort to get all of these into position, it is an extremely simplistic trap. The roof of the cave itself now has a hollow up above, and it looks like much of what happened was just the roof was broken apart, and this kind of reddish kind of sandstone breaks into very kind of sharp and angular pieces. And it was honestly probably something that would fall down in the coming weeks or months anyway, just left to its own devices from the damage the Morlock must have done. And the force in this tripwire being just enough to force it now.
Huh.
So it's almost just excavated and left just at the edge of collapse.
And It's crafty, if anything else. Well, was crafty.
I guess we should go keep going.
Right, yes. Let's see where the other branch of the tunnel goes. The Morlock lair was a dead end.
Okay, I'll take point.
Look out for more traps just in case.
Yep.
And as you would proceed forward now, we can bring us around just to show the position on the map here and bring up a little bit of the Arcan Forge. There was only one passageway adjoining this easternmost chamber that you had not headed into yet. And it opens now into a rather wide, or I guess long, more than wide chamber. One of the largest you've seen within the cavern so far, similar in scope to the one in which the pale little lizard creatures had nested. But you're coming in this time at one of the farthest ends of the room, with it stretching out dozens of feet ahead of you. Regardless of how sizable the cavern itself is, the ceiling never really rises beyond 7 or 8 feet. Still very close in overhead, as the chamber never gets overly wide at any point in the stretch. But as Amka turns the corner and the light from her charm illuminates much of the chamber, you can see that the walls are covered floor to ceiling with very heavy iconographic illustrations. And they seem to be almost a tapestry spreading down the cavern in 3 parts. Directly ahead of you, a mastodon. Further down that same wall across from you, a great dinosaur. And on the inside wall to your right, an illustration of a massive cat. Humanoid figures with spears and axes swarm much of the walls. Clearly illustrations of hunting patterns or a tribal formation. Near the dinosaur at the far end, there is an oversized handprint sort of smeared into the wall, from which more of these humanoid figures emerge, almost as if from a portal of some kind. Above the animals, the roof itself is dotted with tiny flecks, tiny white smears almost reminiscent of stars in the night sky.
Wow.
And remind me, since we were first coming over to this map here, as we were exploring what it is that we were all doing.
I have my sword and shield out, but I am seeking.
Keeping your eyes on edge.
Scouting.
Or just looking out for more potential badness.
I'm going over to recall knowledge.
Okay. You're seeing a lot of interesting things here, so this makes you think.
As I see that Amka's getting kind of distracted from around and thinking about things, Hanu's going to focus on seeking.
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna have my shield out at the ready and in
Trust
case
nothing.
yeah, pretty much. Just trust nothing.
And as we get in here and come around to this map, this is, of course, Arcan Forge, one of our great partners of the show. Pretty great virtual tabletop. Fantastic for running exactly what we do, having kind of a hybrid setup. We have the digital screen literally on the table that we can just put minis on. So we still get to use all of the cool dynamic lighting features, animated effects, while still getting to sit around and play at a real table.
Speaking of minis.
Oh, our minis are over there, right? Probably grab those.
I was looking around for him.
We moved them.
Wondering.
It's like, where am I?
It's like, we're not dead
Minis.
yet. Don't put us on that shelf.
That's not necessarily the dead shelf. It's the retired shelf.
Oh.
Most of those people are fine. But
they're
we
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
I think most are.
Some are fine. Well, I guess we have the entirety of Crimson
You have the
Throne
whole
there.
Crimson Throne cast.
You're right. You're
You've got, like,
Yeah.
the
None
whole.
of them died.
You've got like 2 people from, Age of Ashes.
It is mostly Age of Ashes.
I don't know who's
yeah.
what color.
It's a lot of Age of Ashes. They're 50-50. 50-50.
It's
They're
50-50.
probably fine.
Okay.
We got a promo code down there. Using that, Bo gives you a discount on their virtual tabletop software as well as their map building. And also helps us out as well. Using those links is a real easy way to support the 2 Perception show. Keep us doing cool stuff.
Yes.
But as you come into this, Amka, give me a nature check. Or nature or occultism or arcana, actually. Whatever you're kind of focusing on.
We'll do nature. I know more of that than anything else.
How unnatural is this cave?
So it's a 19 total.
19 total. What you would notice upon looking across all of this, while these cave paintings are pretty expansive and impressive, what catches your attention are the flecks of paint across the ceiling of the cavern. Because you notice, with your years of traveling with the Broken Tusk following the stars in some cases, these are not random. It is not painted like the night sky. It is actually a very accurate representation of an assortment of the constellations above the realm of the Mammoth Lords. And that's interesting for several reasons. Because knowing what you do of constellations and the way the sky turns, they are not always the same. With the seasons, the Dark Tapestry scrolls around as well. So this tells you not only kind of a where, but a when. Constellations depicted here would only be visible early in the spring, about the time of year actually that it is now, which would make logical sense. This would be when the Tusks would be coming in from their route, coming from the Green Moon to travel east in ancient times. But it also is even more specific than that. This is an alignment that would only occur at solar midnight, which is the exact moment between dawn and dusk when the sun is fully occluded behind the whole of Galarian. Whether that particular astronomical knowledge of the why is something you possess is up to debate, but you would know that is the darkest hour, save for the moon's glow.
It's interesting. I'm going to relay that knowledge concisely. It's constellations depicted in this time of year. It's actually incredibly accurate. And it's also at a specific time of the evening, too, when it's the darkest, when Sister Cinder's light is the furthest from us.
Oh, maybe they're telling us when Grum'bak comes out.
Possibly, but the rest of the figures around, the mastodon, the tyrannosaur, the saber-toothed tiger, and the triceratops and the pterodactyl, they seem to be fighting them for some reason. Maybe a hunting party?
Well, they are pretty powerful rangers.
Do you not know any tales pertaining to any of this? Have you heard no stories?
Well, I can try and think of a couple of things, maybe. What type of knowledge would that be, actually, now I think about it?
Well, I think just if you have any stories. You are a practiced song singer of the Broken Tusk, so surely you would know.
You know, I'm just gonna do
plenty
I'm gonna try and roll for performance and see if maybe I can think of a song that reminds me
While
of
you
this.
roll that, Bar Save the Whales. Aram seemed concerned about the character position on the map.
I feel like
Go ahead and
that
take
might
that.
have been for Amka.
This is Aram.
That's why I'm double checking.
But
see.
yeah, go ahead.
My card down.
Fair enough.
Yoink!
That is going to be a total of 11. He's just kind of banging on his shield, trying to think of certain verses that might.
You're kind of focused on keeping your shield up because you're concerned. So you're not.
Well, it's also, remember, I use it as an instrument, so I'm just kind of thinking of let's see. He's just pounding on it lightly, trying to think of different verses that he could come up with different stories. He's like, something. No, not that one.
Dun 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 dun.
And a performance that works well around the campfire, supplemented with this kind of rhythmic beating on this shield, was done on a bone shield that you used to have, and you have a metal sheet now.
cold iron
B,
shield,
you are
yeah.
inside a very enclosed cavern. It's
Sounds like a child beating pots and pans.
it really is just a horrible noise, and it is unpleasant for everyone to hear. I'm
sorry I asked.
The two. Hanwi was seeking question.
Conway
Yes,
was
and
seeking.
Aram was seeking. We two give me.
You asked the question, and the response is clang, clang, clang.
I expected nothing less.
Don't worry, it'll come to me eventually, I promise.
16.
22.
16 and 22 with these fantastic Norse Foundry dice. Another really cool show sponsor. Appreciate the hell out of them. Their dice are awesome, and you should check them out. They also have a discount code down there.
I
You
love
can
it.
get the malachite dice.
Don't touch it. It's evil.
As you guys are looking around at some of these depictions, you two would notice that the cave paintings along the walls are are equally intricate and detailed to what is across the ceiling that Amka has seen here. These are not like random configurations of figures. They seem to be designed in a very intentional way. It seems extremely deliberate. Every bit of the posing and the makeup of the whole of the design of each of these three things, as you were looking at the mammoth and the dinosaur, and you're kind of looking on the opposite wall at the cat here, has a purpose, has a reason. And that's something that if you want to switch exploration activities, you could think on a little bit and stop seeking.
Okay.
But you would notice, in particular, what's interesting on the side with the cat is that many of the figures seem to be incomplete. You see that many of them are missing limbs, arms, legs. Many of them don't even have heads. And where these limbs are missing, there is just the slightest bit of smear on each of them, almost as if they were torn apart. But it seems strangely organic, as if it wasn't drawn that way, but something happened to make it so.
They got killed.
He must have died while painting it.
Hanwi.
And this is like a litany of figures
He
that,
died a lot of times.
that look like this. And you too could also think on this if you wanted to. If either of you are free to switch off, you would notice these things. You could stop seeking and recall knowledge if you wanted.
I'll
Yeah.
switch to recall
I'll switch to
knowledge,
recall knowledge.
Switch
while
to
looking
seeking
at the
while
other.
while they're thinking.
Yeah.
You see them getting hung up. You look at your thing, it's cool. You see them getting hung up. You're like, I'll keep on.
Yeah.
I thought of words and I can't think of anything
So then,
else.
Hanwi, give me a nature check. We'll start there.
Oh, geez. Only a 10.
With a 10, you feel like somewhere within these murals, they're almost more or at least as much a story, or perhaps even an instruction as they are art. But what exactly their tale or purpose might be, you just cannot really divine. And Aram, you can give me either also a nature or a religion.
I'm gonna go nature.
Not a surprise. This is my shocked face.
Hey.
That's gonna be a 22.
With a 22, as you look at this, you would actually see the image of the cat itself, a great saber-toothed tiger, appears to be almost a degree of indistinct. Its edges aren't fine. It's where it's painted on the wall, it's almost slightly shifted, like by a haze. And you get the sense looking at this that it is more, this one in particular is much more than a simple painting. And it's not just in a way that it's trying to tell you something, like there is something wrong with this. It has been corrupted, perhaps almost even possessed somehow. It seems to just move in whatever part of it you're not focusing on when you look back is just very slightly different, a little blurred. And with
Hey guys. Guys, I think the painting is alive somehow.
And you are super not unfamiliar with like the concept of spirits and like spirits of nature and all that. These are all things that, I mean, you have your Night of the Green Moon Festival for exactly that reason. You met Henry Henryson explaining the literal stones that seem to live in the spirits at Rockland. You know these things exist. And with the, what'd you get, 22? You certainly feel like it is something distressed within.
There's something wrong with the wall. I can't tell you exactly how or why I know it, but it's not right. Like, look, it's almost, it's moving. Look, do you see it? Do you see the outline?
Ozash, can you sense any magic coming from the wall?
Let's find out.
And with your detect magic, you're all, I imagine at this point, some decent distance back from this, but it is kind of up where the path narrows here, and we're all still in the first half of this cave. It is emanating a faint, kind of muddled aura of conjuration and transmutation, which is not stuff you get with detect magic. Yes, magic.
It is very faint, but I am getting a little bit of something.
I'll learn some days we're second edition now, and the tech magic is a yes or no question.
Until you get to
there.
a certain level.
I'll get there.
Yeah.
You're used to high level tech magic.
I also don't think it's right. Like, the magic doesn't seem natural. Like, something's wrong. Maybe that's why there's something wrong with whatever it is. It's trying to express something, but it's not doing it right.
Well, maybe there's something else here that we can find that might give us some clues.
Are you telling me the wall's in distress?
Yeah, I mean, I know that's a strange way of saying it, but I mean, I think maybe Grum'bak could be in trouble.
What if Grum'bak's in the wall?
I mean, if he's trapped in the wall, I guess that could be why he's so upset.
Well, I have no idea how to get him out if he is trapped in the wall.
Something put him there if he's in there. Let's look around for it.
Okay,
Could have
that
been
sounds reasonable.
The hammer of that thing we killed.
I'll fan out and see what we can find. Switch
Did
to
a pretty
seeking,
good job
maybe.
of putting you
Yeah.
into the floor.
Hey, I did that for you.
You were very brave.
Thank you.
So as you fan out around this chamber here, looking at these various, one second.
Also
you.
switching to seeking again. God bless you.
Bless you.
There, looking around the various paintings of the room, is anybody like going? Are you like inspecting this
No, we're
closely?
going
Or
further.
getting, like around.
Well, what's in that? Because it seems to go off to the north a bit. What's up there?
Oh,
That little tiny
alcove.
Oh, it's just an alcove. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally just like
Yeah,
there's a
it's
bit
not
of
in-
an alcove. There's not much of anything.
Well, I
under the
guess
paintings.
further south then would be where the room extends.
Okay.
So maybe down that way.
Whoever is. Who's in the front here?
Probably me.
Whoever would be like, I guess Arm is probably Arm and Ozatra up in the
yeah.
front here. You would feel as you move to even just to go past this, as this passageway widens, you would start to get a sense, almost like that sixth sense of being watched, of something just off, of a presence. And with it, 22 nature check. If there is a spirit in here, you are, like the Broken Tusks, regularly honor and commune with these ancestral spirits, the spirits of these mammoths, and everything obviously imparted down by Sister Cinder. You can attempt to use that knowledge to like placate whatever this is. That's
Hey, Ozosh,
Yes.
I just had a weird idea. So,
You always have weird ideas.
yeah, but this one's especially interesting. So when we go up to the to oh, you're looking at me. When we do our rituals, we're trying to talk to the gods, to the spirits, not just to placate them, but to help them so that we can understand them.
That is correct.
Why don't we try to take one of those songs that we use and use it here? I mean, I think it'll work. I think we can pray and we can try to heal her that way.
Oh, maybe
Him.
the spirit can hear us. Perhaps
maybe.
perhaps a song of the people, or maybe one of Sister Cinder's prayers could do so.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
not both?
yeah. Let's try both.
We can try both.
I know a couple songs.
Yeah, I can do
Pretty
a
sure
prayer.
you know a couple prayers.
I know all the prayers.
Gonna be prayers over here.
So many.
Pots and pans over here.
It's not my area of expertise, but I can sure help sing.
Hanwi's going to sit down and be quiet.
well, who's approaching.
Actually, Hanwha, you can help me. Here, hold this bowl. I'm gonna pass like a little clay bowl and start a small fire in it. And I'm gonna start with a prayer for Sister Cinder with the light that has been given to me. So I guess I'll approach first with Hanwei right a few steps
Behind you.
me. Yeah, right behind me. And this guy with me too.
I can aid if you would like.
Yes.
Yeah, we're making a religion, so anyone that can aid with religion, either of you two can.
You need to be trained for that, right?
To aid I don't think you can just send it, honestly. Whether or not that's the rule, I'm not bothered. I like
Hey,
letting
I'm holding a
people
bowl. I'll
participate in
help.
things.
Let's do it. I don't make it worse.
18.
You've all they're there.
They're
you have,
helping.
With
you
a
have
plus
the,
one,
you
I
have
got an 18.
That's pretty good. You have the moral support of your team
Confidence.
behind you. You
And
have
it
confidence.
makes me feel better.
And as you approach, you can also sort of feel, like looking at this painting here, it almost seems to be more so than what Arm was saying before. You can feel almost drawn into it, or rather that it is drawn out to you. Like it almost seems to physically be pivoting to come out from this wall, like it is emerging from the stone it's been drawn upon.
All right. Our words speak the truth of the dawn. I rolled a natural 20.
All
A
right.
total of 28. So our words speak the truth of the dawn.
You see this sort of
paintings.
shifting, the cave even starting to darken a little bit. More color seeming to streak through this image as whatever spirit is within starts to coalesce and draw forth. In a moment, the flame within the bowl kind of wavers. A tuft of smoke comes out, flickers for a brief moment, and as the light sort of fades a bit just to what's emanating out from your charm, in that instant, it's back just painted on the wall. Its edges clean. It's seeming no more or less than any of the other depictions throughout this cavern.
Oh. Maybe it was just a spiritual imbalance?
Perhaps it just wanted to say hello.
Whether it was, we placated it. Feels like it's back to normal. Maybe.
It's not going to reach out of the wall and take our souls, is it?
Really not used to that kind of thing.
I don't think it's going to. You go first, Virgin.
Did it eat the fire?
The person with the biggest soul should go first.
So me.
Take the bowl and just kind of set it down in front of the painting and just
Big things
okay.
come in little packages.
Hey, we can't let her go first.
Oh, but it's fine to let me go first.
Well, yeah, you got a hard head.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
but I have a
Arm's
soft soul.
been going first for the last 2 caverns. One of you should take a turn.
I walked first into the den of snappy.
Ozosh
dogs.
is just walking through you guys. I
Hey!
got this. Let me just
Wait up.
The cave collapses. Roll a new character.
I just got my shield and axe ready and just
Tommy
like
laughs
making my way through.
maniacally.
I'm just like, I'm not playing these games. Let's just get this over with.
All right, Ozosh. on
Ozosh
point.
moving right on by. Nothing seems to accost him or happen. Nothing changes of the cavern as he passes.
Spirits are spooky.
It seems somehow calmer.
How do you fight a ghost?
Good job, Amka.
Prayer.
Yeah. Close your eyes and
Lots of
pray. That's how.
With the help of my 2 best friends.
I held a bowl.
And he was there. And that's what matters at the end of the day.
Moral support.
They gave me confidence.
It was actually me that scared the ghost off, just in the background. The ghost couldn't handle it. It faded out of existence.
You were T-posing.
The passage on the far end of this chamber descends down another set of these kind of natural and smooth stairs that seem like after generations of passage have just been worn and are as easily passable as everything else. They are not perfectly even, of course, but they are no difficulty to traverse. It's as if they were there with almost made or worked into purpose as time passed. The wall bends around a winding passage to the south, leading to another chamber, at first seeming some degree of similar to the one you've just passed through. Again, the walls strewn further with more of these paintings. These ones more vivid, more colorful, but less
Haunted?
detailed. Less detailed, less like
They got lazy.
purposeful, I suppose.
Okay.
These ones seeming like, as what you were looking in the chamber before, they all seem to have their very specific, intricate places. This is more artistic. This is more simple depiction. But there's a litany of paintings of various beasts, both legendary, obscure, covering the walls, wrapping all the way around the chamber that you can see before you. There's worms and wolves engaged in a battle alongside owl-headed bears and one-eyed giants. The southern wall, a few feet out from it, there is a single lone stalagmite that looks like it has had about its top half broken off to create a wide pedestal rising up to a little more than waist height for the average person. Old carvings depicting leaping flames and billowing smoke line the outer rim of this stalactite up into a rim near the outside of the flat, empty platform. There's nothing atop it. It doesn't hold anything. But on the flat surface, there is a thin halo of burnt scorch marks, a near perfect circle about 1.5 feet across towards its middle,
Maybe.
only enhancing this very conspicuous absence of anything set atop it.
Well, upon seeing this, I'm going to carefully approach the pedestal, not touching anything, but still keeping my distance. But I'm going to get a closer look and see if maybe there's some arcane markings or something on it.
And as Ozash would take even just like the first of steps towards this, as the group of you come in and search around this room, seeing a further exit along the wall to your right that leads yet deeper into the seemingly infinitely sprawling caverns, two things would happen. First, all of the paint, all of the colors, all of the creatures depicted throughout the room would start to glow. It would be a prismatic rainbow stretched around the eyesight. It's not bright. It is a dim, glowing energy.
Wow, how beautiful.
But it is visible, even nearby in the light of Amka's magic.
Huh.
Secondly, directly in
I'm sure that's fine.
directly in front of this strange pedestal, a blue energy would start to coalesce. And in the blink of an eye into existence, a figure will have taken shape. Down on all fours, the height of its shoulder near matching that of yours. A hulking cat of blue translucent essence. Two massive fangs bared and its face pulled back into a snarl. A silent roar towards the group of you as it starts to quickly paw forward.
Hey, it's from the front cover of the book.
It looks like it looks like that. It looks a lot like
Looks
that.
a lot like that.
That's pretty close
It's
to what
pretty
it
close.
looks like.
What a coincidence.
That's a
That-
coincidence. If
I'm
I ever
gonna
did see
need
one.
Everybody to roll me some initiative.
Can't we just talk to him?
You got your scouting bonus in Verja.
Got a cat for us?
I have a cat. It's a regular cat, but it's a cat. It's that cat.
We
but
could spray paint it blue.
We could have given it the nickname blue.
It's that cat, but blue.
What was that?
It's got a deep,
Nice.
bearish kind of sound to it.
Yeah.
And thanks to Sirenscape, as we're getting the initiative rolled out here for these sound sets here, they have got both the music as well as all of the sound effects that have been the background for this entire campaign. Pretty impressive platform of immersive sounds that you can customize yourselves. Like, we built this one. Check them out. So, Amka. I don't think we've started with you in a while.
24.
24. Pretty good. Verja.
23.
22. Okay.
Pretty
You
fair.
two can hang out together. Aram.
26.
You're all pretty close here.
No, this is convenient.
So to just
Go magic weapon. I go
Did just
murder.
everybody roll like an 18?
I
or
rolled a
your
17.
No, I rolled a
perception's
15.
way higher than I
15.
thought they were. Fair enough.
I feel so inadequate now. I feel so proud of myself.
You rolled a 3.
Ozash,
13.
I'm gonna put you over
You
here.
did good.
You and Howie can be on this end together, Howie.
Actually, I got a 22.
Oh, that's just
Hey.
right. Okay, so you can just hang out over here.
I have my shield. I'm okay.
You do it. You
I'm
gotta
okay.
shield
Shield is
yourselves
raised.
up. Your
Shield is raised. That's important.
Shield's raised. That's what matters, right? Yep. That's where we're at.
The cat's gonna go first, bonk on the shield, and be like, "Ow."
Wait, what is this? Well, I also rolled pretty high.
Cat's gonna go first.
Also, keep in mind, it's my cold iron.
The cat got a 31.
Yeah. That's a cat.
I don't want to like,
Meow.
you know, concern you or anything.
I'm not concerned.
I'm a little concerned.
But as this cat appears before the group of you here, this paw that came up like it was surging forward, it holds sort of in the air, and you see it slow as if it's hitting some unseen force resisting this, not a step more than it is a swipe. And the creature puts some weight, like it's pushing against something, and it's not until it breaks through that you realize what it is. As he gets this step to move, matched identically behind the group of you, a similar saber-toothed cat pushes its way out of the wall, the painting peeling itself off, kind of swirling, coalescing outline of bright color, glowing subtly as it comes out and matching again, mirroring exactly the movements of this creature in the center of the room.
Arum?
Yeah, let's just.
Is anyone still recalling knowledge when you came in here? Or we all switched back over to seeking time?
I didn't switch.
I think we were all looking around because of
I did not switch.
painting.
I'm still recalling knowledge.
I didn't switch.
You didn't switch?
I
Then
didn't.
I would be seeking if you were recalling knowledge.
So you both switched back then.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you traded back. Okay, so then what are your religions?
+8.
+8?
+2.
You, unsurprisingly, don't know anything. This is spooky and weird. Amka, you got a little bit more than that. Whether or not this is Grum'bak, this is a powerful spirit. But it is more than that. This is not a spirit of nature. This is tortured. You can see even in the rage in its face that there is no reason left in this creature for the moment. This is a specter, a remnant left behind of something that was once possibly mortal, once possibly a spirit, but is now an image of its former self. You can see as this thing pulls out of the wall behind you, it clearly has a degree of control over the room itself. Like a poltergeist of sorts, and can command whether that behind you is truly a 3D animated cave painting or an illusion. You are certain it is a degree of dangerous. And you definitely know this creature appears to be incorporeal, which means that whether you use sword or spell, traditional attacks are going to be heavily mitigated by just the nature of what it is. And does this? It doesn't. This specter, this ghost, does not move forwards towards you. Once it rips this painting kind of halfway out of the wall, its hind legs still attached. Just the four of it extending out as this massive smilodon. It is going to 50-50 Hanwi Amka. Let's see. Hanwi actually, Amka is rather the one that has the glowing sigil on your head right now. It is going to let loose a roar. The ghost itself, as the figure behind mirrors this kind of swiping bite as it brings its fangs down on you.
Does it advance into the room to do that?
No, it is still attached to the wall.
So
It
it's
is
got like 10 foot
reaching
reach.
her like 10 feet out, yeah. It is a fairly large
I
thing.
don't appreciate that at all.
So the knowledge, the recall knowledge, would that be shared with us?
I'll be sure when we get around to Amka.
Okay.
It is going to be a 23 to hit you. You are flat-footed.
Okay, that crits.
That crits.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Flat-footed.
AC's
15.
15.
Yes. -2 puts me on 13.
Cloistered cleric.
Yeah. This cleric
Sometimes cloistered cleric things happen. And you are going to feel this painted fang absolutely rip through you. The rest of you, as you see this happen, will see no blood. You will see no wound. Whatever this figure is, it's going to look at first like it simply passes through Amka harmlessly. But for what you experience, it is going to be absolutely anything but harmless.
my soul.
It hit me in the soul, guys.
Ugh.
You are going to take 38 points of negative damage.
All right, I'm gonna last stand. I'm at 1 and I'm doomed 1.
Oh no!
So the start of your next turn, any damage that would
me
reduce you
down.
to 0 hit points leaves you with 1 hit point, and you are doomed 1. So, by your faith in Sister Cinder,
Protection, please.
you remain standing at 1 hit point. Aram.
Aram is going to go place himself. Yeah, this one. In front of Amka and Hanwi, because that is what heroes do. And idiots also. And then
Similar in a lot of cases.
The line between heroics and idiocracy is very
Depends on whether you succeed or not, really.
thin.
yeah, and then I am going to take a swing at it. I have a ghost touch longsword, so I'm hoping I'm going to be able to do something to it.
Okay. As you swipe your sword through this painting, you see some of the paint that is its outer form sort of swish a little bit as you pass through, smear very slightly. But you feel no catch. It seems to have no effect whatsoever. This strange painted tiger seems wholly unaffected.
Then I'm gonna shield up in front of the girls.
Amka. Conscious.
Don't get hit, guys. I know it's gonna be very difficult in this situation, but Light Sister Cinder protects us and guides your strikes. Magic weapon, second casting of the day, and then I'm going to step. No, I'm not. I'm going to step forward. Yes, I am. Get right between.
And
all
that
the...
you feel stepping up there gets you just out of the reach of this painting that again is still affixed to the wall by its hind. It is large and it has reach, but that you are beyond its claws.
I feel like this is the safest space for me. I'm gonna relay all the information I can remember to my panic brain.
I'm gonna
It's a
hand
tortured
this
spirit.
to you.
It's a tortured spirit. There's no negotiating with it. Just
It loses its resistance to physical damage.
Okay.
hit it until it submits.
Okay.
So I believe that's until
we
the
come-
end of my next turn.
We come to Verja here, and as we do, his inspired understanding of this foe. Again, you are familiar with spirits in the Broken Tusk following. After you learn about a foe's resistance, till the end of your next turn, the foe loses a resistance of your choice.
I believe incorporeal has just resistance physical.
It is. So this is going to apply to you, because you learn about it, and then it's your next turn. So you will completely ignore its resistance this turn.
Yeah. Does
It doesn't
specify
matter
me?
if it's a ghost. Your next turn, because you played it.
Yeah, but does it specify that I'm the only one that benefits
Well,
from
it's going
that?
to end at your turn.
In your turn.
Oh, true.
If it triggered reactions on our turn, on your turn from us, it would guess it would work.
Yeah.
But
So, anyways, this thing did a really big ouch. So I'm gonna try and stop it as fast as I can. I'm going to enter into a rage and sprint straight up at it, sweeping my now enhanced with magic sword or great pick through the middle of this thing, just trying to hit as much of the thing as I can. Not really sure how to great pick a spirit, but we're gonna find out.
Hard and aggressively.
Great,
gotta
pick
hit
your
it.
battles.
You don't think about it.
So that's rage, move forward, swing.
Yep.
2.
oh,
Oh.
Oh.
I learned that they are spirits. You got to actually hit something. Like just going through the middle doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and as you go to swing, the spirit crouches down, not so much moving as almost its previous form becoming like a puff of effervescent blue smoke, as it is now just much lower to the ground. Your pick swinging through this smoke as this painted tiger on the back wall mimics this dodge underneath as Amka raises his shield. Probably a degree of confusing to Amka. And Hanwi.
Aram,
Stay behind me.
no, your sword's needed at the spirit. It's the
Okay, well
painting
then
doesn't
move.
hurt. Yeah. So Hanwi's gonna rush up a bit into the center of the room to try to get somewhere she thinks is safe.
Good girl.
Don't treat me like a child. Light of the moon, guide you. Guidance on Aram and guidance on Ozash.
That brings us now to Ozash.
Thank you. I'm going to go up to the blue tiger spirit, and I'm going to shield boss it with my cold iron shield.
Okay. You take a swing, give me an attack roll.
Natural 1. I
Very-
got a little too eager with my
Very
stepping.
spooked. Yeah, you and Verja both just step up and just big swing wide as this thing ducks under. But you have one action left.
Ray shield.
Shield up, probably good. As the two of you press in and take these large swipes, you see this now ducked down form of the blue ghost pivot its head and push both its shoulders up and to the right. And as it does, breaking through, its paw coming up, another one of these painted images rips its way out of the western wall, not far from Verja. Now there are 3 images of this specter throughout the room, all kind of mirroring these movements, as it breaks through, brings its fangs up, and you, focus on the specter in front of you, see it bite down to the side as the painted image behind you bites down towards you, Verja.
Am I flat-footed to this?
You are flat-footed to this. And you get... All of you have a weirdly difficult time holding your footing in this cavern, defending yourself from the great range of these painted monstrosities as they come out of the walls makes it almost impossible to defend yourself from multiple directions. You are always flat-footed to the painting's attacks.
Oof.
And that is going to be also 23 again.
Not a crit.
Not a crit is what we're looking for. Woo!
I'm a barbarian, not a cloistered cleric. What do you expect?
You're right. I can't be flat-footed. I have hooves.
It's going to hit you for
Have feet.
18 points of negative damage.
Ouch.
As you see this again,
That is takeable.
just rip down through Verja. And Aram, you see the one that is in front of you now, almost just kind of swinging at nothing as it's echoing these movements of the assault on your friend here. Speaking of Aram, it's your turn.
Aram will nod now that the girls are out of the way, and I'm gonna run around Amka to try to get up to it.
That's 25.
You
Get it
can,
one
you can
Perfect.
get up to this front line here with one single move, ducking through. You just run directly through
I'm
this
gonna
second
run
painting.
directly through it
Doesn't inhibit you at all.
and take a huge swing. Bite, Sluma. And I'm gonna strike at it with my ghost touch sword, longsword. That's going to be a 24.
24 will hit it. As you come in from the back, its attention now split between these three images. Your sword comes down into the pale body of this ghost.
Here, kitty. Oh, well, it's minimum damage, but it's still 4 damage.
4 damage. Your sword, even as you hit against this thing, all of you would see the sword stop as if you had hacked into an actual massive cat. And you would hear a moan of pain as this tiger kind of ducks down, physically impacted by this swing as the ghost touch rune in your blade allows it to strike. Pretty true here. One action left, I believe?
Shield up.
Shield up. So Amka, looking around this, after dispelling the spirit in the previous room and quelling that, you see and you feel a large similarity here. You are
Did you put magic weapon on me?
injured.
On me.
Oh, I knew. Okay.
You were injured, obviously. You felt this. But now from the center of the room, you can look and see that every one of these paintings that comes out from this blue ghost as they pull from the walls, it seems to be taking a bit more of a toll on this main specter itself. It's not just animating these and going on with its life. They are wholly innately connected. They are almost extensions of itself.
Interesting information. I'm more concerned with not dying. I'm gonna do a quick prayer and I chant to myself, "Fear not the cold." I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on myself.
Please no.
And then I'm gonna attempt knowledge. I'm gonna attempt religion. I'm gonna try to, I guess. Is exercising a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, exercise a ghost. Pray to Sister Cinder.
Yeah. Make a religion check on this one that struck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, maybe a religion check.
Yeah. I got 11.
As you try to focus, you can feel. You don't feel nothing. You pray this through. You focus this ritual. You attempt to kind of exercise this spirit, and you do see the image falter a little bit from the perfectly mirrored movements of the three cats. It has some effect. It just, in your current state, maybe wasn't quite focused enough. Absolutely a thing that you could potentially do to these painted images around the room. But it's like 2 actions, basically casting a spell, attempt to exercise, and it just doesn't take hold.
Okay.
Verja.
So I see that, and I see that this thing isn't just casting magic. It's splitting, like complete focus. So we're going to make it split even more focus. I'm going to run around behind it. If it wants to bring another one of those things out of the wall, then so be it. and take another swing.
Yep, and it is flanked. It can be flanked.
That's going to be 13.
Yeah, 13 as you get around behind here, ducking past his taking another big swipe. You're just really unclear on how to land on this strange ghost. Its
I'm going
movement's
for
almost
it.
just like frame to frame like a bad movie.
Ooh, all right. So that's 2 higher. Mine is 5.
They're just swinging for the fences back here. He's going for it.
Never
He's
fought a
enraged
ghost.
and he is going for it.
That's right. Distract the cat.
Hanwi's gonna take a kind of a look to her right over at this painting, clawing it where Vergia just ran away from, steal herself. Light of the moon, form into my hand and become a storm. And Horizon Thundersphere, spend 3 actions to enlarge it and fling it out towards this cat.
Big blast.
27.
27 will absolutely hit as your energy surges into the form of this thing. It clearly flicking and rippling through a bit, but with no physical body to really catch on, it is going to resist this.
Okay. So that's going to be 11 lightning damage.
Is that okay? So 11
Minus
so
whatever.
Yeah, it's going to resist a sizable amount of it.
Okay.
But certainly it is having some effect. The magic allowing it to ripple through this thing's form as it does recoil a bit, and it and both of the painted tigers twitch a little. Ozash.
Well, that seems pretty shocking. I guess I can have a go at it myself. Ordmund! You see lightning start to channel through his shield and form what looks like Thor's hammer on the outside of it, and he's going to spell strike Shocking Grasp with his shield.
Is there a collective groan behind him?
Should have let it kill me.
And it is flanked, right?
It's flanked, yep.
So that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, due to the flanking and its split focus, is gonna catch it, if only just.
Alrighty. I don't know if Cold Iron will do anything against it, but
It's not negative.
So 2d12 electric and 1d6 cold iron. That's going to be 8 electric and 4 cold iron, and then plus 5 from my spell strike and strength stuff. So
Your strength is not 5. It's not possible.
or no, I'm sorry. Well, the 4 is
Do you
from the
just get a
strength.
flat
and no-
1 from your spell striking things?
No, I think you're thinking about adding your into it. That you don't do that with Shocking Grasp.
Shotgun grasp is just 2.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
it's
bad.
just-
I'm so sorry. I messed that up
It's
then.
just beefy.
So it's just plus 4. Okay, so in total, it's going to be 16 damage.
16?
16 damage.
It is still with the magic infusing your shield. That is definitely going to help it land. And as this shocking grasp of lightning diffuses through the thing's form, it's going to do most of that, but it is still going to resist it just because there just isn't a physical body that you're hitting. Your attacks aren't having the same effects that Aram's are. You have 1 action left.
I'm just going to raise my shield.
Fair enough. And this creature now, taking a couple of blows, taking a bit of a more defensive position, is going to turn towards Aram, the only one whose weapon is truly striking into this creature and biting it as if it was flesh, and is going to just take a snapping bite, its head tilted to the side, it and the painting behind you almost striking you as one.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 29 against your flat-footed.
Even
Wait.
with the shield.
19, 20, 21, minus
back
2,
to
19. Still a crit.
That's a crit.
The shield, I think, actually completely just nullifies your flat-footed, so it's just your base AC. And second,
But I can break my shield. But I can shield block it.
Can shield block
you
it.
can shield block it.
I'm going to.
Shield block probably good. And
Shield break.
Maybe.
Shield may break.
shield super break. No universe shield doesn't break. I guess I could roll like absolute
Minimum.
Which
doo-doo.
is interesting that the shield's going to break to negative damage.
Yeah, it's an attack, so you could. Does the attack have to do physical damage to block it?
It has to be a.
It has to be an
Has to
attack
be a
roll,
strike.
right?
Yeah.
It has to be a strike. Yes, a strike. It just does negative damage. So yeah, it's just gonna wield your shield somehow. You are going to take. That is an interesting one for sure.
It's a bone shield.
You are going to take 30 points
hurts
of
the marrow.
negative damage, and it is absolutely like this overwhelming presence. Your shield is almost just going to kind of like wilt and fade, like sagging and almost dripping off of your arm onto the ground as it is, I imagine, completely destroyed by 25 points of damage.
Yes.
And you two are going to take 25 points of damage.
It doesn't matter. I'm not. At least
Not
I'm not
down.
down.
As this is followed by a wide claw swipe, again in
There you go.
tandem, from the creature as well as the painted specter of the wall. So, 21 on your flat-footed.
That will hit.
It's rough. Claw swipe, smaller dice.
You see, the problem is it realized you still had bones after it bit your
I mean, that
soul,
is
so it
generally
came
a
for your
problem.
bones.
14 points of negative damage on that one.
And I'm down.
And as Aram
But
drops,
I didn't go down to a crit.
Didn't go down to a crit. That's good. You're just dying one. As Aram drops and his sword clatters down to the ground, the beast is going to duck and shy back, moving about 10 feet out to its east, just prowling, or to the west, sorry, to its east, to its left, or left is what I'm about to do. I'm not smart. Out to the west, into the doorway, posing itself sort of in the passageway to this chamber beyond, preventing the group of you from easily getting around it as it growls out again, but this time you don't just get the impression, you hear words, like a growling speech coming back from this. I may be forlorn, but I am not hopeless. You will not defile this sanctum. Out in Halit. Aram.
Oh, I'm kind of down.
Yes.
Aram's kind of
Amka.
dead. Amka, there's no real point in trying to communicate. He has gone off the roll. I'm going to keep trying to pray to Sister Cinder. I'm going to keep trying to exercise whatever is happening here. Try to parse this out. And then I'll worry about Arm later.
a little hard
He's
there.
not dead yet. So I'm going to do a religion check. 16 on dice, so it's a 24.
24, another 2 actions of kind of concentrated effort in the back here. And you see this painting on the northern wall break out entirely, fully detaching from the prowling movements, which are very strangely mirrored as this ghost actually moves throughout the room as their, again, hindquarters is still in the wall, prowling almost in place as if on a treadmill, going nowhere. It stops, lowers its head for a minute, and then just with a bit of a shake, recedes entirely back into the northern wall, resuming its place as a painting. But as it does, you would see all of the paintings throughout the room pulse with a bit of a brighter glow for a brief moment, but coming back a bit dimmer than they had been originally.
Your guides as protects.
We have 1 action left.
I'm going to move up behind
Safety.
safety. I'm going to put a meat shield between me and the big cat.
Wise, Verja.
It can speak. Let's see if it can bleed.
I don't think you
And
can
I'm gonna 5-foot step, just to keep any potential.
set it up for
flanking.
later.
Yeah. And take a swing. 6, 8, 7. So yeah, that's gonna be a 14,
Man is just going for the fences here.
and then another swing. It's a 4. I'm getting all the low numbers.
They're just going bananas.
Yeah, I gotta say it's awesome you're taking those low numbers out of the pool for us. Thanks.
Exactly.
As he's
I'm
just
getting all of them.
so
I
as
got
he is
those last
just
session.
wildly swinging here, Hanwi.
Oh gosh. Amka, don't fall down. Light of the moon, and the bite marks will almost sort of rewind as they close up and heal. And gonna go try to get Aram back up. So you have 10 health now.
Oh, I hate cats.
They're actually pretty nice,
Oh, if you
just not
say-
this one. And my final action, she's had this wicker shield basically on her arm. She's going to hold it up in a guard stance and kind of look around, a
Please
little
miss me.
wild-eyed.
Ozash.
If you're done taking a nap, now's a good time. I'm going to step up. And Ozash is going to do something a little bit different that only maybe Hanwi has seen him do like once or twice. he's gonna kind of bully up to the spirit, and he's gonna take a very long, deep breath, and then you start seeing arcanic runes start glowing on the skin. He's going to enter Arcane Cascade, and then he's going to, with that same motion, his shield is gonna start sparkling. He's gonna go Skotor Hugva, shielding strike.
As matching the glow of this cavern.
That is going to be a 24.
24 will hit him as you snap the shield up through him and into a defensive guard.
For a whopping 5 damage.
And while it's gonna swipe through, you're gonna pass it through its form.
I'm sorry, 6, because Arcane Cascade adds plus.
6 matters because now it does 1 damage instead of 0.
But most importantly,
Yeah.
I have my shield up, and because of Arcane Cascade, I get the enhancements and resistances of magical
You've
proportions.
tapped fully into this runic magic now. A point of damage on the board as it's almost fully resisted thanks to this magical infusion. That's what that's what Shielding Strike does. It's technically a spell, so it's magic.
But most importantly, it recharges my spell strength.
Counts.
It counts. It's legally magic.
Yeah.
Arum.
So right here.
Arum is going to get up. Okay. All right. Get down already and try to take and mark this thing as his prey.
Okay.
And then he's going to take 2 quick strikes at it and flurry this thing now that it's his prey.
See some hits. Economy. We're in there now.
Let's do it.
Do it.
You do have it flanked, Verja.
Nice.
Planning.
Brain.
Well planned. Poorly rolled.
That's going to be a 16.
16 even flanked as you're kind of finding your feet here is going to go a little wide, but you have a second strike.
I do.
It's only at -3,
It is.
I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a 18.
18's just not going to catch him even with the flanking there. As he has some respect for your weapon specifically, as it seems to be the one that's catching fully on his form, shouldering a glancing strike there. But he turns his attention very quickly from you across the room to Amka and just bellows out, "You dare impose on my domain!" Plants his
not.
paws, throwing his head up again with this incredible force before he flips up and a painting, it extrudes out from the wall immediately behind you. Its 4 paws raised and its mouth open, and it just comes down on Amka.
I'll have Sanctuary on.
It's a will save, right?
Yeah, it's a ghost and it's a will save, but there's a chance it rolls a 1.
That'd be funny.
So what's great, we'll see what's great. We'll see if it gets this. Might actually be like the most value sanctuary ever. So it is, ooh, it's
It's got to be a 1.
Gotta be a 1.
probably got to be a 1. Yeah, it is a ghost. It's a will save. It's gonna be a 25.
It passes.
Does it do anything on a regular success? Does it get like an attack penalty or something?
It attacks. Let me look
Not
at
that I
it.
remember.
I think critical success
Critical
breaks it.
success
breaks it.
Yeah,
So-
but regular success
It's-
doesn't
it
get a
can-
penalty or
yeah.
anything. Okay.
I don't think
I know,
so.
oh yeah, because it's failure. Critical failure, he loses the whole attack,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
failure is a penalty.
Any other attack, yeah.
So
So
six-
attack and any other attacks this turn.
So as this comes down towards you, who I believe has a singular hit point,
This could also
What did I say?
this could also be a 1.
No.
I mean,
Damage.
it's gonna hit you for a 32 to your flat-footed.
All right, I'm gonna knock myself down, dying 2, doomed 1.
And as you are stricken down, dying 2, doomed 1, you see Amka absolutely just crumple, the color nearly drained out from her body.
Does doomed make your dice roll worse?
Doomed means that you die at 3 instead
Yeah.
of 4. Doesn't make your dice roll any
So
different.
doomed is arguably better than wounded.
That's gonna be the hardest argument I've ever heard in my life, but I guess maybe.
I get 1 roll and I'm dead.
You get, if he
Yeah.
fails this death check, he dies.
Would not have
but
killed
he
the tiger.
But
gets a card first.
he does get a card. Wait, I will give
Second
coin.
edition.
Wait, I'll
Country
give
Mom from
coin.
Haven the Oracle. Does it immediately help you?
Stand up at full
A
HP.
lot of words. But as you see Umka fall, all of you would now see between the hits and the effort of animating these cave paintings, this tiger is starting to wave a bit. It's not stumbling, but its movements aren't as deliberate and committed as they were before. It's definitely taking a toll on this thing. Verja, you would notice as well that while these paintings extrude out from the wall and you'd see an arm try to swipe at them for no avail, they are still paintings on the wall. And part of the painting is still there. It's your turn.
So noticing that, I'll definitely point it out. Spending moment of clarity to stop raging for just a split second to point out what appears to be a weakness before going right back to now, instead of just wild swinging, pickaxe overhead.
Okay. Mining properly.
Trying to
still
mine.
have magic weapon. That spell was not tied to Amka's life force.
Yeah, thankfully. Otherwise, I would lose it.
Your life is tied to your life force.
Oh, there you go.
That's a much better
That
number.
will be a 20 to flanking.
22 flanking again will just catch.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Magic weapon.
At the sight of Anka going down.
Hiya.
Inspired.
I almost got you. You almost touched the cursed
Yeah,
dice.
I'm not gonna do it.
And is that 2 1s?
No, it's a
No,
7
that's
and a 1.
7 and a 1. Okay, so 13 damage.
13 damage. The fact that your weapon has been imbued with this magic is going to help it bite through better than it otherwise would for sure, but it's still going to be resisted.
And then I rolled 2 higher for a -5, so that's going to be an 18.
That's going to just miss. And as your rage kind of starts to cloud your judgment again, your one solid strike in here, all of you see, even though his pick swipes right through this tiger and smashing into the stone of the ground, still it gutters and slumps a little. Hanwi.
Oh gosh. Amka. Light of the moon, arrest her fall and stabilize.
Not gotta roll.
Stabilize good.
And then she's gonna step over to Amka because I think I remember her carrying some healy things in her pouch. I'm gonna start digging through her stuff to see if that'll help.
Hanwi kneels down trying to rummage for something helpful. Ozash.
Oh boy. Well, when in doubt, I'm gonna try it again. Pour the mund. Shocking grabs, shield strike. Okay, that's not a 1. I thought it was a 1, but it was not. It is a 15. I doubt that.
15, unfortunately, as it's starting to get a little more cagey, as lightning is going to surge forth into the cave opening behind it. Beyond the tiger, all of you able to see that the cavern beyond seems to extend back around, almost spiraling back in to these cave passages you've come by here, unknown as to how large it is or what may be hidden within.
So you did get a card, though, and there's
That's true. There is a
1
card here.
in
Before,
50-something
before I
chance.
say that you're absolutely screwed, Magus Plains has a card. And if
what we
that
got.
is something you
How
could or want
appropriate.
to play on the spell
It could
strike,
be
you
if
absolutely could.
miss-hit.
If miss hit don't is definitely in there.
That's in there.
That's
true.
a great
Could
card.
be.
I don't think it is.
I think it'd be
It's a
down
lot
by
of-
No, he
not.
would have already played it if it was.
He would have thrown it down immediately.
No.
We have
I mean,
one,
it's useful for later, but
one action
not
left,
now.
Ozash.
Ray shield.
Hail.
Cat, no.
Arum.
Bad
Oh.
cat. Bad. Squirt, squirt.
Ancestors, guide my strike. And he will, understanding the way he's moving now, because he studied him a little and marked him as his prey, he's kind of moving in unison with him now, almost dancing a little, as this thing flickers around in its weakened state. And he's going to take a quick flurry at this thing.
Okay. And 2 quick strikes. Flanking.
Flank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm dead.
Oh, that's a 19 on the die. We
Nice.
like that. So that's going to be a 27 plus. Do I still get guidance, or was that
Oh, a
just?
long time ago.
That was a lot.
Okay,
Long.
then yeah,
27
27 to flanking.
Will hits.
Hitting is still good.
Hitting is still good. We take hitting here.
And it's hitting with the sword that has the ghost touch on it. So
Yes.
it's a pretty good sword to hit with.
So that's going to be 9 points of damage.
And it's a fairly solid strike, as you can see, even with a number that's much lower than what I'm getting from most people, what looks like one of the most resounding blows of the battle. By ignoring the resistance, this sword is absolutely biting hard into this specter.
And another strike quickly coming in at -3. That's a nat 20.
There's the crit.
1920.
Coming up with a second one for a critical hit. 2 of the D8.
We like it.
The 20 had to come around
It
eventually.
had to come around eventually.
I've been taking all the low numbers.
That's fair.
That's going to be 9, 10, 11, 12.
You double everything.
Oh, I double everything. so-
Technically, it's not 2d8.
Oh.
It is.
So just add another.
It's what, well, I like rolling more dice.
I
That's
like,
fine.
I
Just
also
add
like
6.
rolling dice.
Okay. Then that's going to be 7, 15, 18. 18 points of damage.
18 points of damage. So with this fight really having gotten dialed in here, massive blow, your sword catching for a moment and then shearing through the front shoulder of this specter. What at first looks like the creature stumbling back further into the cave behind it, ends with its hind legs buckling down, resting its haunches on the ground, almost like a sitting position, as it puts up one paw and bows its head down towards the ground. The 2 painted images and the walls doing much the same. It shakes its head back and forth as you ready another strike, and Ozash and Verger around, I'm sure, do much the same. Forgive me my wrath. Accept my surrender.
Aram will put his sword into the ground.
Into the rock.
A combatant who surrenders shall always be accepted.
The rest of you? While Verger is raging, your rage ending with no combatants visible, it is up to you whether or not this fulfills that condition. I would say it is the barbarian's choice at the moment.
I would say backing down is non-combatant.
Yeah.
So as you all kind of stop
It's more alignment question than it is barbarian question.
amidst this combat here, Hanwi very quickly rifling through to find, I'm sure, some kind of a potion on
you
your
have
belt.
any
Do you have any
left?
regular
No.
potions?
I had 2 elixirs. I think I gave 1 to Arm.
I got
earlier, so I
one.
have 1 left in my bag.
Boom, it's going down your throat. You're going to grab your horns, peel your head back down your
I rolled a
throat.
mock death saving throw. I rolled a 20.
Shazper, Aram, a hero point for the finish, coming in with 2
Yeah.
big hits on the
you.
gun.
There you go.
As this creature
Oh, opportune distraction. Now you see me, now you don't.
stops, its head bowed.
Back at 1.
Oh, it's just a d6. Yeah, you're back at 1.
Back at 1.
You also have a +1 fortitude saves for a minute.
It sinks down almost to laying on the side of its unwounded shoulder. Its other paw still just kind of held up now awkwardly. And as it does, as these 2 painted images sink down as well, they slowly regress and pull.
You saw that, right?
I see it, yeah.
And the
Hold
rock
back.
comes off the wall, crushes Anka.
Pulls back.
It's too easy. That's too easy.
Pulls back into the wall, resuming their positions as painted images. The glow of all of the depictions throughout the room, all of the monsters and the legendary beasts, starting to waver, fading a bit.
Is it? Hey, I'm alive.
And the creature, the cat looks like it takes a deep breath, though no air moves, no sound accompanies this. I have been the guardian of this cave for many centuries. As Grum'bak, the groundbreaker.
Grum'bak, we found him.
It has been at least 100 winters since I was bested by one of your kind. Before then, no mortal dared challenge me. Indeed, Your people came here often to consult the stars before migrating east.
Migrating east.
Forgive me my rage. A century of boiling wrath has been my sole company since last your kind walked these paths.
Does a very good job of being a guardian, I do have to say that.
Bested him.
Grum'bak, it's you we came here to find. Our grandfather, Sven,
You see his
sent you
form
here.
Start to again, like kind of as he moves, sort of poofing his previous position, this mist, and then reforming lower to the ground, dimmer. Already his blue color starting to fade, his form becoming more transparent as he sinks.
Please, don't leave. We need your help.
I don't think he has much of a choice.
The Tusks need your help.
There is little more I can do, as I have failed in the duty that I promised to you and your kin.
But you
After-
haven't failed.
The flame is gone. The relic I was left to defend, taken by the one who came after the Great Quake. When some more of your kind, eyes full of fear, brought the sacred light, I agreed to protect it. He kind of motions with his head towards the pedestal near the center of the room.
Grum'bak, who took it? Where did it go?
A man with the heart of a demon. Called himself Metuak, of the Burning Mammoths. He challenged me for the artifact, and when I fell, he took it. With my dying breath, I cursed that lamp that led to my ruin, imbuing it with a piece of my own soul. As long as Metuak lives, whoever wields that terrible fire would suffer a horrendous agony if ever they were to part from it. Through this piece of my soul still in the lamp, I saw the demon man flee through the eastern mountains before this rage clouded my vision. And then you arrived. And again, he flickers more, now just almost sprawled to the ground, his hind legs extended back behind him, his form starting to lose pieces, part of him almost fully transparent, barely visible, his head laying down upon the stone.
Is there anything we can do to help you?
I do not know. Perhaps, if there is anything left of me to rest, it will be stymied by what is left within that lantern. I believe the demon man still lives even after all these years. Had he died, the curse would have been lifted. The remnant of my soul returned to me. My rest finally taken.
Well, we'll get it. We'll help you rest.
He fled through that same mountain pass your kind had crossed for generations and centuries before. East. Lost Mammoth Valley? Your folk called it?
Lost Mammoth Valley.
Squid, I have broken tusk lore. Have I ever heard that name in any of the songs my grandfather sung
Make me a
me?
check for your broken tusk lore.
It's gonna be 16.
16 total. The name itself, Lost Mammoth Valley, is something that would not be familiar, but there would be a tale of the broken tusks that is the way of lost mammoths. It's not impossible that is the name that it is taken, but it's only from one piece of legend, and one that is, again, as Harik often says, lost its true detail and become myth. But he sees your confusion, as none of you immediately recognize this name. If you have forgotten the way, it is no matter. Your ancestors would come here sometimes to counsel the stars in this chamber, to chart their courses under my guidance. If you wish to help me, go. Recover the flame. Defeat Metuak, and deliver unto me my rest.
Follow the stars.
The caves, the paintings.
With that, another one of these shifts of this almost barely visible blue mist. But he takes no further form. His figure now having left the cave entirely. And as it does, the glow fading wholly from the paintings around the room, leaving them lit only by Omka's enchanted charm.
Grum'bak, please rest. We'll bring your soul back to you.
I feel like everything lately we touch just ends before us, and we only get these hints. But the stars, we can follow the stars. The
And
stars,
the map, it exists in the entire cave.
yes.
It'll point the way.
It shouldn't be hard to go east through the mountains. Beyond there is the question.
Now, notably, none of you have ever been past the grandparents. None of you have been into this mountain range. It's uncharted. You people carry no traditional maps. You have no knowledge of the way forward, but these massive peaks are visible all around you. The range only gets thicker, and what passage may exist through it is unknown, if there even is one.
Conveniently, we now have a star chart.
We
think
also
we should-
have a map that we can use that was given to us that we can maybe overlay with the stars to help us kind of figure out physically in the lay of the land where they fit.
But her map was... It
The
ended
map
at Red
also
Cat Cave.
ended about a red cat cave. Didn't go
Really?
further
It didn't go
east.
further? Okay.
We
I
could
think-
always add to it.
Now that we know the cave is safe, we should also consult the elders of the following. They would have way more knowledge than any of us.
What is in this back cave he was trying to guard?
As you proceed down this final set of steps into the last chamber of this section of the cave, that you can see no other passages emerging out from. The stone ceiling of this chamber, a bit higher, 10 feet overhead, not huge or vaulted, but larger, is riddled with hundreds of small holes, each no wider than a single finger. Through the holes, as it is mid-morning for you all now, tiny shafts of light from the outside just barely leak into this dim exterior. The sun, of course, not positioned directly overhead, only really enough to illuminate the ceiling itself, and then only dimly. Lines of thin white paint connect nearly every one of these holes, like a tangled web of string. And scattered amongst the holes and lines are dozens of faint symbols of animals and terrain: elk, bison, mammoths, mountains, forests, and lakes.
This
It is
is the map.
painstakingly precise and absurdly convoluted.
We should come back here in the middle of the night.
When Sister Cinder's light's the furthest from us.
And the light of the moon is all, and the stars are all that remain.
Good. I think we should go consult the elders. Tell them what we found. Tell them what we know.
How
Wait.
far away is the encampment? Or is it just right outside the
The
cave?
encampment's like a couple hundred yards outside the
Yeah,
cave. You're
perfect.
basically right here.
Absolutely. We should have all the elders here at that time.
Wouldn't it make more sense to have Sister Cinder at the highest point of the sky?
We're trying to track the stars, and her glory obliterates their light.
It would give you a really weird kind of
You line it up with the other stars in the other chamber too.
dotted burn. If you stood here long enough, you'd get like...
Polka dots.
The number of holes within the ceiling are in such dizzying quantity that it seems that perhaps there is even a greater number of them than there are stars in the sky, in the night sky. The lines connecting them, dozens if not hundreds more than any constellations that you can identify. The symbols of mountain, tree, and lake, of elk and mammoth throughout, imparting no meaning that any of you could immediately determine. It is so intricate as to, looking at it here, be near incomprehensible.
The guidance of the stars is needed to make any sense of this. With any luck... With any luck, the burning mammoths themselves... I don't know if we can perhaps lay a trap for them, perhaps lead them astray, or they'll follow us regardless.
I don't
They
mean
likely know the path.
to be the one to say it, but he sure did hit me in the soul.
Here,
It really hurts.
The wounds are not that of the body.
Tell me about it.
Well, how much health do you have, Amka?
1. Still.
It was kind of a dud potion.
But it's a consciousness potion.
It's a consciousness.
I think it's more that she had 10 health and got crit for like probably 40, and then like, you know, it's a minor elixir of life. Will do what it
I
can.
had 26 health, got crit for 32. Then I had 1 health and got crit for 32.
It's 10 health the second time. But with the discovery of this strange cave in the back, it seems indeed wise to head back to the camp to speak with the elders, to speak with the mammoth lords of the broken tusk to determine
Nocta.
how to go
Wonder if Dr.
forward.
Nocta. These soul potions.
Nocta can also probably help. You know, what with the general horrible injuries that several of
nothing
you
physical.
have sustained. And there is nothing physical. None of you bleed. The two of you that have been taken down, you would have a little bit of almost that coppery taste in the back of your mouth, but there would be no like real visible blood or anything. Your eyes would feel heavy and sore, but there you would both be quite pale, extremely pale.
And on the verge of vomiting.
Virgil probably also a bit too, because he took a
About half
decent
health.
swipe from one of them.
Verge, would you mind lending me your shoulder for a minute?
If I
Clap
have
my
to.
hands twice and do an AoE heal. A little pick me up.
Making everyone feel a bit better for your journey back out of the
Everybody
cavern.
gets 7 health.
Oh,
Definitely can
that's
help
nice.
a lot. But as we all travel back out to the encampment, I think it is here we will take our midstream break. As you have the following to aid you patching up, well, helping as well as they can with these strange injuries that Grum'bak has inflicted upon you or his painted doppelgangers, we will return under cover of night with the Mammoth Lords in tow to attempt to divine the secrets of this strange chamber.
Maybe stronger than we were before?
Maybe so. And as we come to that night, you would in fact all have achieved 3rd level. And we'll go ahead and switch all that over during the break as well. As we come into night, you will have a new understanding and a new perhaps appreciation for some of your own powers and abilities, as that was a trying battle indeed. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Eric, for the greatest temptation I've ever had to just kill a player character. I do see you, that
One
Eric
health,
and
doomed 1, wounded 2.
all I gotta do
Oh,
is
yeah.
You just gotta do that normally.
Eric in the chat here is our Norse Foundry guy from our dice partner, a fan of the show. He's great. Appreciate
We love
him a
you,
lot.
Eric. Thank you for the
Yes, thank you.
1920.
I have 16
I am
AC
tempted.
now.
I had been powerfully tempted, but not this day, demon. Not this day.
Not this day.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Breaks usually about 12 to 15, so feel free to grab some snacks, use the bathroom, walk around a little bit. You won't be missing anything but some highlights from our old adventures in the meantime. We'll be back, everyone. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. I should have taken a drink before we turned the camera back on, but I'm not known for my planning skills.
You weren't thirsty then.
Fun fact, I literally just wing everything the entire time we're doing these campaigns.
So
It's worked for years. Why change it?
You might be able to tell from the fact that our thumbnail last week had a picture of the thing we just fought on it and was called Red Cat, Blue Cat.
My
that I
God.
can't even like properly chart a trajectory for our episodes.
I mean, who would have expected the players just to mess around talking with a bunch of the stupid fanged mole rat creatures? For
Well, I mean, I thought we were going to. I just didn't think it
stupid.
was going to be that involved. And I'm like, I don't want to skip this. I really like that this is a dungeon that's not full of exclusively like murder hobo activities, which is something I want to give a shout out before we get back into. That Paizo has done extremely well with Quest of the Frozen Flame, at least especially with this chapter here that we're playing for the hook, is there are so many non-murder hobo encounters. There are so many solutions that even when they go to initiative can be resolved in ways other than hitting the enemy until their hit points become 0.
Unless it's a fact.
I'll even give you one because we just did it. We did a little peek between the covers here on Broken Tusk Moon. Even that encounter with Grum'bak, you don't have to attack him. the thing I was trying to kind of hint at that you got into a bit before you got slapped into next week is that if you just subdue these paintings that he keeps pulling out, that takes a great amount of his energy, and after you have subdued a couple of them, he is weakened and he maintains his senses the same way as beating his HP to 0. So even like the major boss encounter at the end of level 2 has like it's not entirely a non-combat solution because he's mauling you the whole time you're trying to do it, but it doesn't involve you just beating them into submission. Like there are so many options, and I really like this. This is actually a super interesting. It harkens back to some of the really old, like Curse of the Crimson Throne kind of things when it wasn't always, or there wasn't quite so much of just like heavy combat focus.
Beat it till it falls over.
Beat it till it falls over. And like there's a time and place for that. Obviously. I love combats. I like the tactical side of things. We have so many war gamers at the freaking table here.
The burning mammoths need to go.
Yeah, and I think I would not be as interested in playing a campaign with no combat as I would as playing a campaign with like all combat, because all combat still gets you all like the mechanics, and that's what 85% of this rule book is combat mechanics. There is a focus for the game here. But I like having other options sometimes. It's nice.
There is a skirmish level war game buried down in here.
Yeah.
I do like it.
It's not always walk in a room, kick bad guys, walk in the next room, kick bad guys. And I think all of the second edition adventure paths we've read try to like do a good job of not just being a video game. And this one is spectacular for it. So, cutting to that night. After some time back in the camp, much of the day spent resting, healing, eating, these strange injuries left to you by Grum'bak, able to be treated by a combination of Nocta and Omka's own ministrations. By the time night falls and the sun sets, and the group of you return to Red Cat Cave, you are fully fighting fit. You are healed back up. You are at full health. Obviously, you don't have your spells and everything back yet.
Grum'bak, back up. Let's go in for another fight, level 3.
Do it again.
I'll do it again.
But you would find yourselves late that night in the back of the cave with the 4 remaining mammoth lords of your following. Nocta, healer, Murthig, the firekeeper, Harik, the death scream, and Harik's husband, Wotan, who has no proper title, but the title of Mammoth Lord largely speaks for itself. Everything else is kind of secondary.
His title is Harik's husband. That is his title.
Wotan, husband of the death scream.
Yes.
I mean, not for me.
It's intimidating.
All arrive, having been led through the nest of the Blindheims, past the pool with no sign of Gotkanara, and back into this most distant cavern. They would have taken particular interest as soon as you started getting into these painted chambers, past where you had removed some of the traps that this Morlock had introduced. And Wotan, in particular, along with Nocta, would currently be in that chamber looking over those paintings. Murthig would be in the room largely where you had your battle with Grum'bak, looking through the depictions there, and Harik would be in the final chamber trying to make any sense of the scene. There is some time to Solar Midnight, who would be back in the first chamber with Wotan and Nocta, if anyone.
I would probably be more interested in the rear chamber.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm totally.
Are we all in this rear chamber? Okay, so we're all in the start.
This
We're all in the
seems to be
start chamber.
where all the interesting stuff is.
Okay, yeah, I mean, understandably, if you've seen all this stuff already, you've dispelled the spirit out of it. All of you then would be with Harik in this last chamber as she looks up to this. I have never felt such overwhelming childlike curiosity to simply need to know what something is, how it was made, why it was put there. Before this web before us.
It's almost sad to think that we stopped coming this way. We lost this knowledge at some point.
It was an older path, one from a more harmonious time before the Great Quake, before the arrival of the demons and their surging forth from the rift torn into the earth. Back when we were united under one banner with all who walked the ethgir. It is true that the route we speak now is almost fading, in a sense.
Harik, do our legends speak of anyone from back when we were unified named Matuak?
Matwag.
It's the name that Grum'bak said was the one who bested him, named himself the Burning Mammoths, and stole the frozen flame.
Then, somewhere along the line, some stories are lost. Song singers are not infallible. Something that, regardless of how harsh I may be to you sometimes, Ozash, is simply a failing of immortal mind. I know, and I hope you know, that I know. You pour yourself into your studies, into your remembrances, into the tales of our people, the histories of our paths, of our wake, our journeys, our traditions. But regardless of any best efforts, some become myth, some fade entirely. This Metok may be a detail lost from a story we know, or his story may not be untold entirely.
Feel the latter.
We think that part of what this is it's a map to lead us to Lost Mammoth Valley. Do you remember the song Grandpa Sven used to sing?
The long pass
Yeah.
and the tall snows. Of course.
I think that might have been what the song is referring to.
I am curious to see. There is a lot here that is of interest. Many of these symbols, surely, maybe, denoting either constellations or landmarks. As I can tell, and this is not my area of study in particular, this would be more to Amka, to Nocta, perhaps even my husband, truly. But these patterns, they do not seem to be stars. I cannot find any of those above amongst them. Any of their figures, their forms, their faces.
Well,
So they must represent something else.
if these aren't the stars, then perhaps they form a pattern on the floor? Is there any markings on the floor at all?
The floor would be barren.
Okay.
But it has to be a certain time of day for the sun to hit it to get it to do that.
The stars, though.
The
at
stone
least-
piled above this cave is vast. Even were it to align perfectly as it was designed, I cannot imagine light would stream down through these pinpoints to illuminate something across the floor for more than a
moment.
fleeting moment. No, their purpose must be something else. Something unseen. Something that I hope will reveal itself in the coming hours.
I was
Ozash,
really,
is there maybe a latent enchantment here?
Let me find out.
I was really hoping that as soon as you said that, light was going to stream down.
At this point, Wotan would come around into the chamber and just kind of look across everyone. It will be something indeed. The stars marked upon the ceiling of the prior chamber are certainly matching constellations visible in the night sky even now, were it a fair bit less cloudy. But they match not only this time of year, but as Amka identified, solar midnight. Whether those are instructions to the usage of this chamber or something tied into the antechamber
Those elf
itself,
eyes,
I
you know.
suppose is unknown. What is interesting are some of the paintings on the prior walls themselves. They are not simply art. They are rituals, Nocta, in fact, believes them to even be magical in nature. Something almost akin to a scroll. It could be learned from, read from. She is still there trying to unravel their mysteries. It will not take 10 of us, hopefully, to read whatever message the skies may impart to us tonight.
The anticipation's kind of killing me.
Well, I suppose Wotan's advice is wise. We don't all have to crowd here. I'll go see what Nocta has been able to unravel.
I do not mean to claim this discovery from you. You have all, of course, done excellent work in clearing this cavern. It's tales of your travails here have, if possible, brought even more pride to Urgula and her teachings. These are stories she will tell her children as they grow, certainly. This, as my wife would say, is the stuff that becomes myth and legend. We never anticipated that this would be so literal in your adventures here. And Harry kind of waving a hand. It's not about... You look at this wrong, husband. They have come all the way into the back of this cave, to the ancient resting place of the spirit who once protected the spark of Sister Cinder herself, to pull him from his madness in a trial by combat, to prove themselves not just as scouts and as hunters, but as warriors. They fight with the spirit of the Tusks, with Grandfather Sven himself.
Pretty sure I heard Sister Cinder call my name up to the heavens about twice.
The details lost in myth, Amka. The details lost.
Just happened a few hours ago.
No, I feel Grandfather Sven, his voice within me, even now. He is... I miss
with
him.
us.
I miss him so much.
As do we all. He led us here with his dying wish, and we have followed it to this. Whether he knew explicitly of its existence or no, this must be what he wanted us to find. It will guide us, I am sure of it, though I know not how.
Well, let me ask this. All of these dots creating lines in the floor. Maybe it's not about the light itself. Maybe it's about the way they're pointing.
Even with a dozen torches, I doubt we'd be able to cast enough light up into these holes to determine what lies any deeper beyond. They do not seem to be uniform. They're not all channeled the same direction.
Well, it is stone. Maybe... You think maybe Henry would know what to do with it?
If these are mysteries to be revealed at the solar midnights, for us to wait until the sun has passed to its furthest from the dawn.
But I don't want to wait! Virgia!
We have to be patient.
I don't want to be
out.
patient!
Treasure this excitement, the energy of youth. Hold on to it and keep it close. We will miss it when it is gone.
Don't grow old. That's what he's saying.
I mean, Amka almost didn't grow old.
Twice.
Arm,
So-
don't make me tie you up and sit you here in the cave until we figure this out.
We have, I guess, a few more moments before solar midnight, so...
Waiting within this cave, there is truly little that you can do. You can theorize until the dawn comes about the purpose of these carvings and paintings across the ceiling.
Hanwi went to see Natka anyway.
I don't know, let's
so.
go see Natka.
And then the time comes and nothing happens.
And Virgia, call us when the time comes.
So Virgia and Hanwi, as you come back out to speak to Nocta here,
I don't know, I was getting pulled along.
as she's looking across these walls, you know that she surely has the magic to illuminate things like this, but just a torch in hand looking across this. Nothing yet then, I take it.
The time must not be right yet. No point to all of us crowded in there. Parik says that you have found something interesting amongst these drawings.
These paintings, they are
instruction, almost. They hold no magic of themselves, but the positions, the angles. This contains knowledge. As much knowledge as any of Ozash's runes or his magic. Knowledge that I believe I have somewhat unwoven. Here.
And she gestures towards the first with the mammoth, with the rings of spear and axe wielding figures around it.
You two are proficient in your own magical arts, and Amka, of course. You've been an excellent study. Look here. Position of these weapons. They're angled around this tusk. Do you see it?
And as she goes through, with her, you would need no check with her explaining the details of this. This is literally a spell. This is an occult or primal spell. It will be a pretty potent one. It would be at the height of what either of you could cast, a 2nd level spell. And it would be a magical hunting tactic. You would be able to imbue this upon 2 willing figures. And while those 2 figures were adjacent to their prey, whatever that may be, that would be considered flanking no matter their positioning.
Hey. What if we just mindlessly run at stuff and get flanking?
I can see
I'm
it.
okay with this.
I can actually see it.
It is a rather difficult magic, and as the circumstances and of the advantage you're providing them do take a lot of focus, it is a sustained spell. But as long as you kept it going, you would be providing that benefit to whatever 2 allies you had chosen.
I can see it as well, but I think my incantations and prayers gives me no use to it.
But, Hanwi, you understand this.
It's complicated. I've never done anything like it before, but I understand it. And is my light getting stronger?
Perhaps it is the nature of your gift, of your powers that allow you to come to terms with this. So I've been studying this for some time, and the best that I can understand are the barest implications of what it can do, much less how to invoke it.
I think there's different ways, but through moonlight, I can bend. I think I can bend their blows around each other. They'll attack from both sides no matter where they stand.
Well, perhaps this. The dinosaur, this one, is further stale in intricacy. I can see hints of what it can mean, just the slightest.
Let me see.
And with her direction, again, occult primal, you would be able to put together what this one is. I'm going to read this one just verbatim, because it's from the book and it's really freaking cool.
Ooh. Do you get to form all the animals
Targets a cave wall or other stone surface. And this is the picture of the diamond with the emblem of the hand and the figure streaming out of it.
Okay.
You press your hand to the stone, causing hand-drawn scouts to spread from your fingers. As long as you keep your hand on the wall and sustain the spell, you can see, hear, and smell to this painted scout using any senses that you have, magical or natural. You can move the scout up to your speed along the wall every time you sustain the spell, and it can move up to 120 feet as long as the wall is unbroken. It can turn corners, it can move across ceilings or floors, whatever it needs to do. It's bonded to the wall it was created on and can't switch surfaces. You can spend an action to make the scout hide or sneak to remain hidden. And you can use nature or occultism in place of the stealth check.
Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa! That's neat.
That's so cool.
That is really cool.
It is a 3rd level spell.
Oh, that's how interesting.
It is called Painted Scout, and it's really cool.
I like it.
I love that.
It's a really cool spell they added in the book itself as part of the backsplat here. I don't know how many times
It's
I
now
can
an uncommon
legally
spell
turn
we'll
this
never have
around and
access
show
to.
the chat. But that is a cool
That's
frickin'
so
spell.
cool.
You don't have a
neat.
rogue in your party, just take this spell.
It's Pocket Rogue. And it is sustained. It has no upward limitation. Sustained as long as you want to keep it going.
But as far as you can get, can you move? And as long as you keep your hand on the wall, it's like once you cast it, you can't move anymore.
It can move up to 120 feet from, it was from you or from the point where you put it in? 120 feet. Doesn't specify, so yeah, I'd say you can move. It just can't go more than 120 feet from you. It says you have to keep your hand on the wall, but you're sustaining it, you can still move.
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Drag your hand across the
Just
wall.
drag your hand down the wall. Yeah.
Like a child.
And it's got,
It's
I
a
still
chess
do
piece.
that sometimes.
My finger's still on it.
Too.
it has a 6th level heighten where you can make 5 scouts, and they can go up to 500 feet away from you, and you can move all of them.
So tell me about all this map you got here. Just tell me what's going on.
Map revealer 12,000 Tron. Boop. And I see everything.
Wait, the floor is part of the wall.
Yeah, in a cave, the floor, it's stone surface.
Yeah, so as long as you're in like a stone created area, it can just go where it pleases.
Pretty much. Yeah, that 6th level painted scout is like, show me the whole cave.
Yeah.
And
You ping the mini map.
it's a really cool
That's
spell,
super
actually.
cool. That's super cool.
Is it uncommon?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we have blanket access to a really cool spell?
I would absolutely be on board with giving this to characters at a later occasion for sure, since we're not going to get these in the hook because we're not going to get the 5th level.
Because this is a really
It's
cool
a
spell.
super
That is
cool.
so cool.
It's so
like it.
flavorful, and it's also super useful. I really like it. But as you spend some time dissecting these spells here, Hanwi learning the pack attack spell that, because you are a druid, you could just have that. You have access to that during your daily preparations. If you want to prepare pack
that
attack.
exists.
Yeah,
Yes.
Knowledge unlocked.
that's how access works.
Yep.
And the dinosaur painting giving you access to Painted Scout, even though you don't actually have the ability to, you don't have the proficiency to cast it yet. After another half hour or so, you would all find yourselves drawn back into this final chamber as something started to happen. It would be faint at first, but the effect would start to increase as as Wotan and Harik certainly would largely wordlessly watch. Wotan, his brow furrowed, inquisitive, looking for any signs of detail. Harik, childlike wonder, massive grin across her ancient face. You would see illumination start to come across this. It doesn't cast light down on the floor. What it does is catch enough light to start to glow around these various points. The white paint, it's seen reflective enough that where it tips up in the edges of the holes kind of reflects it out specific angles around the holes that are catching the light properly. Some of these painted connections start to illuminate. A few of the emblems start to appear. It is, more directly than you could possibly have hoped, a map denoting some region of the realm of the Mammoth Lords. As these lines start to connect, drawing around, slowly starting to faintly almost glow as they catch the moonlight streaming down, images of huge mountains sectioned off around parts of it. One corner of the map, you would see the carved face of a cat start to illuminate.
That's the.
Is that
That would be
That's
in
us.
the northwest corner of the cavern.
I'm gonna quickly try to get that down.
You are here.
Another thing,
Yeah, that's the mall X. You are here.
bring
Yeah.
canvas. We must commit as much of this to writing as we can.
Yeah, I'm already starting on the back of the map that she gave me.
And across this, as a path is illuminated, winding between these massive peaks, passing by forests and a great lake out to the east. At the south, or at the eastern side of the wall, you see the path drawn by these lines narrow to a sigil of a mammoth.
Okay.
The path is laid.
I think that's where we're going.
Yep.
Hanwi's going to just experiment. She's going to cover some of the holes. Does it obliterate some of the map?
It's 10 feet. How are you reaching it? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, it's actually 10 feet high?
It's on the ceiling. Yeah, it's like the ceiling is illuminating.
Standing on
like
his
it's
shoulders.
Okay.
yeah,
Pick
it's
up,
yeah. You could pick somebody
put
pick you
on
up for sure.
shoulders.
But like it is the ceiling itself. These bits of paint, some of them are being lit up by the light that's coming through. It is across the ceiling. And as you cover a couple of the holes, you would see some of the paths that light is just faintly illuminating fade out and in. A couple of the holes, most of them would have no effects whatsoever. Most of these interconnecting lines still dark. Most of the symbols still faded.
Not helping, Hanwi.
She'll just keep in mind which holes are, and like while she's on Verge's shoulder, like make a mark, or like maybe just like smudge some dirt just so she can remember which holes are lit. Because the burning mammoths will be following us, and it'd be nice if we didn't give them a map about where we were going to go.
This,
It's breathtaking.
you said Grum'bak spoke to you of Lost Mammoth Valley. This, perhaps, and that Red Cat Cave?
Yeah.
This is the ethgir.
The what?
The ethgir.
What's that?
These are our ancestral paths. These are where all of our following used to pass, year after year. The routes forgotten to memory. Before the quake, when we were whole, and our lands vast, was this. This is what Grum'bak spoke of.
Well, maybe we can find them again and use them.
Maybe we can find this Natuak,
And the flame he stole.
and maybe it can save us. I told you! Grandfather Sven had a plan.
He did.
He's watching us. He smiles as we see the path he has laid before us. There is hope, illuminated across the very sky itself.
We will follow it.
Murtig has kind of come in and is handing some writing supplies and some canvas to Wotan, who is also just kind of furiously sketching this. Murtig, maybe not the best at writing, what with the one hand, so mostly just kind of helping and pointing things out, handing
I'm
them to
I'm pretty
Pins
decent.
over to the back, just right on the
Realizes
back.
he doesn't have the arm.
I'm pretty decent at it.
Even Nocta's kind of come out of the doorway here to sort of peer in at this and see a corner of what she can. But the group of you have a map as clear as could possibly be, hopefully, to this Lost Mammoth Valley and this ancestral path not walked in generations.
Our people haven't walked these lands for many, many years. Scouts will be very important.
It's going to be tough.
There's no telling what will be there.
We do not know the trails. We do not know the passages. We'll have to find them for us.
We will.
The burning
I-
mammoth would know these, though, wouldn't they?
That I cannot say. What lives they have led and what travels they have had, what paths they have walked in the generations since the quake, we can't know. It would only hurt us to assume.
I've learned much in the past days scouting through this place about the way it works, the way the land is laid. I think I have a better idea of how to help guide us now.
This map will help, certainly, but while his direction, it is indistinct. And it seems our journey will have to wind around far-reaching peaks to the north and south before we arrive at this great lake. When we find it, we'll know we're near. We can only hope that times where has not greatly changed either the lands nor these charts.
Mountains should be where they are. The forests, for the most part,
I certainly hope the mountains haven't moved.
And you have beyond
Rivers.
proven yourselves. I have nothing less than the utmost faith that you will be able to chart this course for us.
I'm looking forward to it, actually. It's almost like we're walking in the path that Grandfather Sven may have walked when he was a child.
And some of these lights on the ceiling start to fade. The visage of the cat starts to go away as several of these interconnecting lines drawing these charts and maps start to lose the illumination from the holes posted around them. We've seen what we're here to see.
In the morning,
I'm
we will
excited
make
to get
haste.
going.
Verja, pick me up again. Let's go and...
I can pick you up.
1, 2, wee.
Hanwi with a fistful of dirt is just going to plug some of these holes. Just enough of ones just to basically, that if they get here at the right time, it's going to make no sense when they come and look at what the heck this place is.
Try and hide a bunch of this map to the ceiling and do what you can.
Sabotage.
I'm also concerned if the Burning Mans are out on our hills, the little frog people, if they don't leave to come into this cave, they're not so civil as we are.
We should warn them.
We should
Although
warn the lady in the lake, she can
yeah,
talk to them.
Gof Kanara can tell them.
With that, seemingly nothing left to be found in the depths of this cavern here, you would impart your warning to Gothganara, who, more than happy to come when called forth from the pool to meet with you once again, her favorite of all the mortal denizens she's ever interacted with,
The only.
would come forth, maybe.
Gof Kanara, we go now to the east to follow the paths of our ancient ancestors, but we are being pursued. Those who used to be part of our following are chasing us and are trying to destroy us. They are not nice people.
I fear for the little ones in the cave. If those mean guys come in here, they will not be so nice as we are.
I will warn them as I can, but I'm not surprised. These are the whims of most of your kind, are they not?
Many.
I know too well that you here are exceptional. You stand taller than most of your kin. But I will warn them all the same. Perhaps with their treasure reclaimed now, they will listen
They can go
and
home.
flee into the tunnels below.
Good. I'd hate to think of them being hurt.
I suppose then I will simply keep to my pond. If more of your kind come, I don't recognize.
Perhaps we'll meet again the next time we come this way.
If you will be here, as this lake is still here, so as this lake will still be here, so too will I.
Good.
And you make your way back out through the Broken Tusk encampment. The rest of the night, while an excited haze of planning and preparation, really doesn't have a ton that you can do other than just kind of mentally ready yourselves and sleep. Sleeping is good. Solar midnight is quite late, and since you are going to be the scouts heading up the forefront of this adventure, it is going to definitely need you well rested and readied.
We've been awake since early morning.
So, now for the fun part. The map, please.
Exploration.
Thanks to level 3, I'm now an expert in survival.
Expert in survival will probably help you here, as we are traveling lands and paths completely forgotten to the Broken Tusks and to our people.
Oh boy.
You don't know these lands. You don't know where they lead. All you know is that you are looking for a winding passage that leads to a valley pass sequestered far to the east. Weeks, possibly months, a journey away. The map, for all aid it gives, imparts very little in the way of a sense of scale. You have no idea how far this Lost Mammoth Valley may be. But with the intricacy of the charts inlaid into the ceilings, You feel as if it is going to be one of your greatest journeys yet. The following morning, awake and ready, there is little option for where you will head. The following gathering their things, having had a few nights of rest before the grandparents, and now here. They are ready for the long road ahead. And I'm just going to take the liberty of assuming that you use the next 2 days to move into the only hill style that goes in the general direction that you want to go.
We do have a third day of rations.
You have another. Do you have one more use of rations?
So we could force
you
march.
could get there in one day.
We would like to do that.
So getting out of here being your utmost priority. This will be one of the first times as you are wound around to the peaks now that you are separated from the red glow of the Burning Mammoth Horde in the distance. It's both a blessing and a curse. While that pressure no longer hangs overhead, that doom ever present in the distance, you have no idea how much distance you still have. Were they to emerge around the corner through the mountain pass you would pass through, they would be only a few days' journey away. And when they appear, well, we don't know how well they'll be able to follow this route. It's very possibly know it better than we do. 1 day's journey brings you up into the hills, using the last bit of your rations to put what distance you can. That evening, you would be met in the Otter House tent by Urgla, who has another rare moment of respite from her triplets, her great horde of very attention-needing infants.
You can call them a gaggle, I
I
think.
can call them a gaggle.
Children.
Go with the gaggle.
They're
It's not even the children
they're
yet.
a gurgla.
It's babies. They're like a month old.
Newborns.
Yeah, we're still in. I think I don't know at what point you go from newborn to
I don't
infant, but it's
know.
probably still newborn. So they're only like a month old. Nocta going through some
When it can
ceremonial
raise its
rites
head on
and
its
just
own.
and just usual checks, ensuring they are growing hell. Urgula meets with the group of you. Anwi? You are wise. You are wise somehow beyond what even I seem to have learned. In all my time scouting for the following, I have forgotten the very simple things. I know you have been inspiring some of the others to set traps in your wake, to leave some inconveniences for the Burning Mammoth Horde following.
Well, it would. I certainly gave no orders. But I do admit I did muse out loud.
I do smile at the thoughts of any amount of pain that we can give them. But there is something so much simpler than that, something so much greater we can do that may actually have wondrous effect. We can disguise our routes. We can hide our trail. We can spend some time obscuring the passage of the following. It's like hiding the tracks of a whole following is like shearing a mammoth, but the effort might be worth it. If we can ford rivers, plant false tracks, if we can even delay the burning mammoths for a few days, that could be the difference we need.
It was pointless before. We could see each other the entire time, but here, maybe, where there is all of this cover, we may have options.
I don't know anything of the lands before us any more than you do, but if there is cover of mountain, and it does not seem it opens much, we may be able to divert them.
I do like the idea of them scouring through trees and valleys looking for us when we were far away.
So, as you travel, once you arrive in a hex, in addition to reconnoitering the area for any kind of opportunities or dangers, you can also attempt a couple of various means to throw the burning mammoths off of your trail. The most direct and the most obvious is attempting to conceal the tracks of the following, to conceal your campsite and obscure where you would have went from there, making them spend additional time trying to figure out where you had gone. You could also go a step further. You could attempt to plant fake tracks to lead them entirely in a wrong direction, and the landscape, if the landscape provides, fording rivers is an easy way to have the following attempt to lose the track. You can do much what hunters and wild animals do on a grander scale.
We'll just set traps down the false path because they won't believe it's the real path unless they run into traps.
Yeah, true.
You conditioned them.
I was also
We've been
hoping
conditioning them for a month now.
that one of the craftsmen in the camp may help me fix my shield. Or provide me
Your
with a
shield's
replacement.
destroyed. Yeah,
Yeah, can I get a replacement?
Your shield is gonzo. You can definitely get just another basic shield for sure.
I
You
just
could
wanna
absolutely
requisition
have them
another
prepare one
shield.
for you. No, that's no problem at all.
Okay.
You have to talk to the quartermaster.
No. Thank you.
You don't want to go
But,
talk to the quartermaster.
As there's only so much you can do while you are moving, like the most you could do this would be every other hex.
Okay.
If you're obscuring and trying to plant false trails literally constantly as you're moving, you're only slowing yourselves down. This is only like moderation is the key here.
So
but-
one day false trail, next day traps.
Ironically, the earlier on in the trail that we do it, the more effective it's going to be.
I say immediately false trail.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like if we
No,
do,
it makes no sense here. There's only one way we would go.
but what I mean is
We'll throw-
Slam them into the mountains.
Wait, the tracks go
What I
back
mean
into
is-
the cave.
when we diverge, that's when we want to do it.
Correct.
So just more traps for now.
Got to condition them.
So the following morning and the one after that, again with the next 2 days, there is little choice of where to proceed. And 3 days into your journey, you will arrive on the outskirts of the foothills here. Now, thanks to Arkan Forge's dynamic lighting, we can reveal a little bit of the area around you as you go, so that you can see a little bit of a hint of things that are coming. As these foothills actually deeper within the mountains still, with these massive looming peaks on every side, start to flatten out and widen into what appears to be a much more open, more temperate basin. You are starting to become presented with some options for direction here. Now, notably, while you can see there are like a day's travel, maybe 2 days travel of relatively timid plains around out to the east. Those of you who have been out of the state of Florida, anyone who lives in a place that has mountains, knows how deceptive distance is with landscapes that massive. You can still see these huge mountains and peaks again in every direction, and it's really difficult to gauge how far away those things are. So even from here, it's impossible to tell if those are just going to be one hex and then immediately impassable mountains, or if that might continue on further. From here, it's going to be up to your best judgment as the scouting party to chart the path.
Put us in charge.
False trail to the north, Hug Mountain to the south.
It's as good of idea as any.
We can do that.
Make them think we chose the easy route.
So after the second day of journeys, as the foothills start to level out, you decide to attempt a winding trail around to the north. So for false tracks, I'm going to need one person to take the lead and one person can aid if you want. It is going to be deception, because the art of being able to track these animals and survive the wild doesn't natively make you
We're
better.
just gonna
at-
hide our tracks.
Actually, Hanwi is Hanwi's gotten a little bit shifty as her light has come back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she has.
I will admit that from the pitch to the table, Hanmi is a way sassier character than I was expecting. But you can either use deception, or if you have a lore check relevant to the terrain. So you're in like
Okay.
hills or foothills here. I don't know if anybody has that.
I have terrain expertise.
I also have terrain expertise, but it's survival based.
Arctic.
Yeah, terrain expertise. Arctic
Arctic's
gives you
like
a
the whole
benefit to
region.
survival.
Yeah.
I've got forest lore, but we're not in one
Yeah,
yet.
forest would definitely help you on forest hexes for sure. You could use that.
I have burglar.
So, but yeah, false tracks is just going to be a deception
I
check.
have
Does anybody
profession
want to
burglar. 'Cause
aid?
No, I'm
Does anyone
solid.
aid Hanwi, or is she
I'm
just
good.
gonna try to
Hanwi's
do
just
it?
gonna.
Friday.
No.
That's all right.
I will try to aid.
No.
No, you're not.
He's trying to help. If he comes out with you and he's trying to help,
Can I make a stealth check so you can't help me?
give me a deception check, Hanwi.
It's only a 4. So that's going to be an 11.
With an 11, you have set up, like you've never done anything like this before. This is a rather different kind of exploit. You set the clearest trail that you really can, but it's incredibly hard to replicate the passage of an entire following of dozens of people, their herds,
There's just
mammoths.
not enough garbage and animal poo. That's really the problem.
And you feel as if the trail is there. You don't have much confidence that it's going to stall them for long.
Okay.
Like 5 minutes before they realize, this is all just one person.
All these footprints are the same size.
You also get the feeling that really committing into trying to lay a false trail like this, well, you feel like you probably could do it with some practice. It's definitely also possible that you could end up just committing a lot of time and effort to this diversion that may pay no dividends and may just slow the following down. If you critically fail, you are just basically going to spend a day mostly doing nothing, as it takes you an additional day to move into the next hex.
So, what is hiding versus false trail?
Concealing the tracks would be a very direct survival check. That is
That
is like survival to cover tracks is like one of the listed uses of the survival skill. So you are just doing that on a grander scale.
I would like to. I would be willing to try to do that. I think we'll stick to that from now on.
Since Hanwi is just the only one who's going to go do this false trails, I guess it makes sense.
Fair enough. But learning, resting, and ready for a new morning. North or south? I'm still gonna South Mountains.
Yeah.
Does that sound like
We're
we're
gonna
going?
hug the mountains for now.
All right, one more day, 4 days out here. Gives you a little bit more of a vision of the area around. Hugging the mountains from here looks like it will have its downsides, as this kind of brief respite of a day's journey over relatively flat terrain does seem to be giving ways once again to the outskirts of the peaks. Rough foothills, while still visible out to your east, are more passable plains.
We're just playing Civ.
Well, let's
Got some iron trade.
Perhaps
This is
Perhaps
kind of
go down the middle?
safe, it's not wrong.
if we can peel away from the mountains, we'll make better time.
yeah.
North or south as you go to the east?
Southeast.
Yeah, south probably.
It's in the general direction we want to be going.
On the 5th day, you arrive down to this further hex here. Entering this plain, you start to come closer to the peaks on the further end of this valley. Their foothills now kind of rising up and terrain becoming more difficult to manage as well. Whether there is a pass through those mountains, either to the south or to the east, is impossible to tell from this distance.
We should hide our tracks here.
Yeah, I agree.
You can use either survival or athletics, actually. They have an athletics exception, but one person can lead and one person can aid.
I can aid.
I can lead.
We'll get aid first.
Well, I was
we
about to say,
aiding
if
and-
athletics was involved, I could definitely do something with it.
You want to?
Do you want aid with athletics?
Yeah.
Give me an athletics check.
He's up from the big branches.
Hey.
Ooh, that is a big boy number 2. That is going to be 27.
27 will definitely succeed. You get a +1 to your survival check here.
Okay. So that's +1, +2. That's going to be a 23.
The 23, concealing the existing tracks does seem to be much easier to do than attempting to plant false ones. I'm sorry, I didn't mention this in advance. We want to leave some kind of a marker on this hex for later that we can see on the map. You have clearly and evidently spent much of the afternoon and the evening concealing the following's passage into this campsite, and some of your time in the morning as well is going to be clearing out any indication of where you had gone. This will be a difficult trail to pick up.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this is more to what we what we do.
Perhaps we swing through the difficult. Perhaps we swing through the difficult terrain then.
Yeah.
If they choose to go the lazy route, then
It oscillates violently.
Violently hiding the tracks with flare of light. No, it's a great marker.
I think he's trying to communicate with us.
No, yeah, you can. Arc has total control over the speed
Yeah.
of the animations
Kick it
that
up
you
to
play.
turbo, turn it into
So-
little frog guys.
Don't do that.
exactly-
Don't do that.
So cutting through the mountains, potentially to the northeast to throw off the preconceived
or
notion.
just the southeast. Southeast is probably fine. We can keep going in that direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they won't think we chose the hills.
So as the group of you then head down to the south, well, you had one vertex because still hills. So the first day of travel here gets you
Straight east then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
straight east
Straight east,
onto
yeah.
that vertex, and it is here during the night as you prepare to enter those foothills that you would start to see the glow back on the horizon once more. The horde swings around the corner of the mountains, but they're not as visible as they were throughout the peaks and the foothills. It's more just, you can't even see like the carpet of torches like you could before, so much as during the night there is just the faintest haze in the distance near Red Cat Cave. Your efforts to conceal your tracks and avoid them throughout the mountains here will certainly aid you, but they are coming, and they are getting closer.
Into the hills will block line of sight.
Yeah.
Heading south.
The second day to the southeastern hex, late in the afternoon, would afford you with some ill news. These foothills lead to veritable walls of stone, peaked in on every side. No passes that you can find, no trails or passages that would have any hope of getting a mammoth through. The following cannot proceed this direction.
Cutting back down into the valley then.
And the horde moves one vertex. Fortunately, you still have several tiles of foothills that take them quite some time to traverse.
Perhaps then, since south is the only way, we should cut back. But if swinging wide, perhaps we can make them lead into the foothills chasing our trail if they suspect something.
Yeah, I think it would actually be advantageous to make them hit the wall.
Then we should travel due south, perhaps. If they travel south looking for our trail, they won't find it.
Yes. I
So
agree.
we'll stick to the hills then.
So you move down to this second plain tile here. 1 day of journey out into that. The second day, the horde needs to even hit that vertex as they're traveling to reveal a lot of interesting passages around.
We're sticking to the hills. We're only on a vertex.
Oh, you're staying. Oh, you're going to the southern hills. My mistake. I
Yeah,
thought you
so
were-
that way,
okay,
like,
just
if they go
so
south,
then 2 days. Yeah,
they don't find anything.
2 days you would get to that mountain hex
Yeah.
south.
Yeah.
And then would reveal an even more dire situation than the one you had left from. As the peaks hooking around, they don't look formidable or intimidating from a distance, but as you close in, these foothills just become too rocky, too scattered, too difficult to pull the following through.
Goodness gracious, these mountains are twisting and torturous.
Perhaps we'll have to double back.
We'll have to double back, but it would be best as we're doing so to make them think that this was the right way. To make it look like we went this way and committed to it.
Perhaps we can just hug the mountains as we travel to try to at least put as much of a buffer between our trail as then their look as possible.
I agree.
If we're going to do that, we need to move northwest.
Exactly.
That's really the only option now, other than retreading, losing precious time, traipsing through the foothills. Northwest puts you back into an empty plain, and on that day, the Burning Mammoths would move fully into their mountainous hex before Red Cat Cave. And this would reveal what hopefully does not herald more of the passage ahead of you. These paths are narrow, they are fine, and they are winding. There is only one avenue that you can find that you've seen so far that has any hope of getting the following, even through the mountains, just in the grand scheme of things, in the same range around Red Cat Cave. And even passing through that itself will be strenuous.
We don't have a choice.
Don't.
2 more days move you into the foothills, revealing that your choice to come here was wise. With mountains,
Was all that was
And then
remaining.
hide trails.
with mountains blocking on either side. These 2 days again, this hill allows the burning members to move into the vertex. The next mountainous hex.
I want to conceal like. I think this would be the place to conceal like crazy.
But
Agreed.
here, you see the land to the south drop down away from you. You see a great veil. Now, you don't need to reveal anything specific, but you see a great wooded veil going dozens of miles out before you, sprawling out, opening to the south, the west, and the east. As this opens into this deep, secluded, verdant canyon nestled back within this range. And you are going to conceal your tracks here as well.
Yeah.
You want to do same 2 people, athletics, aid,
Yep.
Sure.
then armed survival?
That's going to be a 19 altogether.
With this pass here, it's a little more difficult. The ground is harder. You're not going to get the aid, so it's just going to be a raw survival check.
I didn't make it worse, though.
You didn't make it worse.
That's going to be a 28.
28.
I got an 18 on the die, and I'm an expert in survival.
With the, I wasn't doubting you. I was just like, that's a pretty big number.
I'm just saying, like, that's like the biggest number we've rolled, and we picked the right thing.
With Ozash's approach, trying to kind of use his strength to smear and obscure some of these trails, it's somewhat difficult. The ground is hard. It's stone. There's just too much. It's not like you can't work it. You are big, strong Ozash. You lifted the adulthood boulder.
I did.
But
But Urgula taught us to be more crafty.
you can use that to your advantage. The trails are also much lighter, even with the passage of your entire following. And with your knowledge, with a critical success, it's as if the following was never here.
Perfect.
Perfect place for it.
They see us doing loop-de-loops in the valley and then disappear.
And then disappear.
Joyriding out in the valley.
As you finish this second day of journey and cover your trails and start securing a place to camp for the night, you see the first sign of like any significant habitation or life throughout this region. Obviously, there is the wildlife of the wilderness here. You are in unexplored territory. But coming up between a couple of these foothills, what looks to be miles further to the south, is a single, barely visible in the setting sun, thin trail of smoke, as if from a campfire.
Might be worth figuring out who that is for information. They're likely to know more of the area than we would.
Agreed. Maybe they'll be friendly.
Well, it
If
seems
not,
to be 50-50 with that.
remember, speak to them in Sylvan.
I remember.
Do Fae set fires?
I'm sure they do.
Fire Fae probably do.
I think you made that up just now.
Well, why? They're Fae of fire. Why wouldn't they set fires?
Fae of fire.
Resting for the night. Stories
call
of Age
those
of Ashes
fairies.
volcano Fae
I
left to
love the
another day.
volcano Fae.
Following morning,
favorite.
what do we want to do?
So
Go into the
South.
forest.
Bring a pie to the
we're
neighbor.
heading towards fire,
Yep, we're going to go investigate.
Do you want to go towards the forest or towards the open plain?
wherever the fire was.
The fire is like these hexes are like a dozen miles. The fire is probably all still within this hex.
I mean,
That would be like you could spend a day reconnoitering
here.
the hex. Yeah, it's a couple miles away. It's not like you could get there that
we'll go
night.
say hello.
Okay.
Rick and Mortar.
Reconnoiter the hex. As in the morning, you know the general direction, but the smoke would no longer be visible. Let me find that again real quick. Where be reconnoiterage? I am going to need a perception or survive. Oh, it's actually just perception for reconnoitering.
Oh.
I will
I can lead.
assist.
Huh?
I can lead or do you want to lead?
I'll lead.
Okay, you can lead.
Tally-ho. Natural 20.
Crit success get anything?
+2.
+2? Is it +2 for that?
+2, yes.
Rockin'. All right, well then. I roll a 5.
Pretty sure the smoke was over there. You're like, no, it had to be north.
So actually, that's that's an 18 altogether
18 altogether.
because I'm an expert in perception now.
Hey.
Okay.
There we go.
With the 18, as you are exploring the area that's out trying to find this, it ends up actually not being terribly difficult to locate. The passage here is a much more difficult canyon than the one that led between the grandparents. Similarly, your following is going to have to move across a very narrow path. There's very few options for how you can get mammoths and this entire group of people through the rocky shelves of these areas. And at one point, this narrows near, like all the way to just a couple of dozen feet along a stream. Small, nothing that you could use to obscure the following's movements, like a small brook running down from further up within the peaks that seems to have worn its way through over time. Fortunately, is basically the only way that we can pass through this. And with an 18 to reconnoiter, as you arrive just exactly with an 18,
Not 20s matter.
Thank you.
the group of you see signs that maybe a half dozen people have been through here extremely recently.
Did they leave tracks?
Looks like a group that travels extremely lightly. The footprints seem to be human enough, or humanoid enough anyway, but they seem to be carrying very little kit or gear. There's no signs of any animals that would bear the load with them. There's no signs of any sleds being dragged.
They look like scouts.
Very possibly scouts. And
Can I make them my prey?
as you see this, yeah, you can actually make something here your prey.
Sure.
As you see this and move into this canyon here, you see a figure emerge from behind a boulder a little ways ahead. It maybe only be 20 feet afield from the group of you as you come down. It is a man with a huge bone-bladed, two-headed axe just hefted over one shoulder, a massive wooden haft, and a dozen various strange charms and fetishes dangling from the pommel. He is drawn about with a necklace, looks to be of animal ribs, stitched together, and a belt with a skull and shoulder blades and pelvic bones, perhaps from the same beast, painted with red emblems, and really not much else, save for a light fur shawl atop, kind of holding these things together.
Does he have burning mammoth things on him?
The man bears a scar across the bottom of his jaw. This bright, kind of red, tainted, boiled, burnt flesh. As he comes out into view, grin on his face, and sees the group of you. What do you know?
Just who we were looking for, and gonna hold up my weapon. Let's see whose is better.
Wait a minute. You're burning mammoths. You're far afield.
Do you think Ivarsa is stupid enough to have the whole of our forces slowly plodding after your pathetic little group?
Yes.
Well, die fools then.
But
Up high.
we've so many of your scouts lie dead. Perhaps we can work something out to at least save
On the other
you.
side of the rock, another figure comes around, kind of similarly dressed, a woman, equally well built, with a very similar battle axe. The blade of it skittering across the rock behind her as she drags it through the gravel and comes around. A burn rolling up across her nose, through one eye and over the other, down the opposite ear. Figure what out?
Yeah.
If you think you can run, tusks are great at that.
First,
Only thing we've ever heard you do.
The only thing better than running is leaving a trail of dead, burning mammoths behind us.
if all the women are that ugly, how do they breed?
That is not important right now.
And she just kind of grins and looks over to the guy. And he sort of shrugs. They are children, as Ivarsa told us. Insults and bicker, as if they'd seen 5 winters. It is as we expected.
Children are not
Such cowardice is unsurprising of those who fled to abandon their own people at the first sign of danger.
Now, wait a minute. You're insulting us. You've been doing nothing but that since you showed up. Don't you call us childish
Oh.
for such things.
Hanwei, they are just barbaric brutes with no brains between their ears. They shun the light of Sister Cinder and attack children on the trail.
Quick little, puts his hands up to his mouth and a quick little whistle, and you see a half dozen figures with slings and javelins rise up from their cover behind stones on the ridge above you.
Barbaric
Fun.
brutes.
Unfortunately, the time for talk is not now.
At least you seem to have weapons. We don't have to kill your whole following. We kill you. They're hopeless to move forward without scouts. We heard your
tried.
We heard your chieftain was so weak he barely even survived the night at Rockloom.
Oh,
This true?
we're done. I'm pulling.
You pull the bow. We're gonna roll some initiative here. If you want to bring us to, it is the Reaver Squad map.
Could we have been doing exploration activities?
I will give you definitely scouting. Someone definitely get your
From
plus one to
shield if it
scouting.
matters.
That is in the name. That's in the title of what we do. We are
I would
scouts.
be scouting, you'd be raised shield.
Yep.
And then recall knowledges and perceptions and all that good stuff.
They
All
was-
the good things.
What matters is one of them was my prey.
Hey.
And I'll say the guy who stepped out first is your prey.
The-
Okay,
the
good.
big dude. What was his name again?
Dead.
Didn't give you
Well,
one.
he said a name. I don't think that was his name, unless he's the guy who talks. He
Here are
refers to himself as his name.
5 figures up on the ridge on the eastern side here.
Okay.
And these 2 shielded
Oh,
hobgoblins
baby. My
both rolled an
dice are
18.
can
hot
be the
today.
axe wielding
Ours aren't so bad.
burning mammoths
It's okay.
before
My
you.
dice, I didn't roll above a 7 last session, so it had
Fair.
to come equal.
Fair.
Why is it never peaceful?
It should be mixed. Yeah, it's like half and half. Yeah. They're all behind rocks. They're kind of strewn across the ridge. So Ozash, I heard sounds of woe and despair. What kind of
With
woe
the
and
plus
despair?
1, it's going to be a 14.
14. Hey, it's 1 higher than the 13 you got.
Yeah,
last
that's
battle.
true.
Your initiative is Garbo today, my friend. Hanwi?
Yeah.
19.
19. Good.
But it's okay, but I didn't take any damage last combat, so.
That's true. Aram?
29.
29.
Is that a hard nat 20?
18.
18.
Close
Good
enough.
Perception.
Expert.
Expert, plus 9. Plus 1 for scouting. Plus 1
Ranger
for
things.
ranger things.
I got
You got an 18 also.
Forget.
27. It said ranger things. I was like, what?
Oh, crap. Amka.
23.
Okay, so we're actually like kind of striated here.
Yeah.
So I'll do this.
For me.
His name
Slinger
is
Squad.
Kragla Skull Crusher. The interior designer.
Slinger Squad on the side
Oh my
here.
god! I'm dead.
Absolutely going to be last. They are not quick to the pole and they have some range.
This is why we can't have nice things.
They're at their leisure. They're not feeling immediately threatened.
Then the Reavers up in the front, as Aram knocks an arrow, are going to come in with a 23, which is going to put them. What'd you get? You also got 23, I think?
23.
23, so yeah, put them right in here. So
That's
Should've
fair.
took that.
storytelling dice indeed. Aram's like, I'm done. Draws his bow. You're up first.
Should've took the Holy Pilgrimage feet.
So which guy is the one with the big axe who was talking crap?
The 2 down on the ground by the rock both have big axes. The one on the
one-
right is
which
the
one's
big
the
guy.
guy?
The one on the left is
Yeah.
the lady.
So
One on the right is your prey,
man.
Aram. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then there are 5 more scattered Burning Mammoth members off to the side across the stream. Couple up on the ridge, few on the ground, all kind of behind boulders with slings and javelins.
So Aram's gonna take 2 quick shots, a quick flurry at him with Hunted Shot.
Okay.
Pew pew.
Pew, pew.
Well.
That's another 18.
This man's
So
gonna have a
that's
bad time.
gonna be 27.
27 will hit. Almost crits, but not quite.
For minimum damage.
So 1 damage.
1 damage. Pew!
Boink. Okay.
And then
Point on
my
the board.
second at -3. This one goes totally wild. He got really excited about making that first shot and then just totally whiffs on the second. And he will take one more shot at -6.
Okay.
Another 18.
That's still going to be a 20.
20 will hit. Ranger Flurry, pretty good.
Ranger Flurry, pretty good.
Pew, pew.
For 4 damage.
Okay.
5 total.
You got 1 action left. He started as your prey because you found the tracks.
Yep. And I am going to hide.
You don't have any cover or anything. You're just kind of in a area. You can't just like hide in plain sight. You're not
Sometimes you
not
can.
Yeah, don't be baited by what the crap Trishik pulls. So if you have a card that says you can.
True Sheik.
But you need to be able to take the hide or sneak action.
Oh,
which you-
okay, so
you
it doesn't
can't
matter-
Hide. No, that's
okay.
triggered when you do hide. You have nothing to hide behind. You're just in the middle of
You
this
can't hide
area.
behind Hongwei.
You definitely cannot hide behind Hongwei.
But what if I could? In which case, I'm
There is
going...
some thick brush across the stream to your left.
Yeah,
that you
I'm
can
going to
move
make my way
to.
over there.
Okay, and I would let you. The stream's difficult terrain, but you definitely have enough speed. to just
I'm
move
also
across.
fleet now, so...
Yeah, it's definitely not a problem. Verja, the two that were the most excited for the murder are the two that get to go first, as befits.
That's a big rock between the two of them.
Has a big old boulder between the two of them. It's a bit taller than they are, rising up probably about 7 feet.
So Verja's not dumb. He knows if he runs at that one, all these guys can see him. But if he runs at that one, there's a rock in the way.
As Rocket will give you some cover for sure.
So
Verja's
rage,
big brain.
sprint over towards that one, and then take a swing trying to use the rock.
And that is exactly 30 feet, so you immediately get fleet value.
Yep.
Of which you took
love
at
it.
level 3.
Because why not? But trying to use the rock and the pick together, rock in a hard place, and let's see how well that works. For a 3, all of my attack rolls have
You've had
been.
a terrible time.
You've had a bad day today. It's okay.
But
It
to be
happens to
fair,
everyone.
all of my non-combat rolls have been 18 plus.
That's true.
Verja raging runs in for a big swing as the guy
That was my
next
last
to
session.
the guy next to the boulder takes these 2 arrows and just like he takes the 2 hits, one to the shoulder, one into the side, staggers a bit, and hefts this battle axe up over his shoulders, rushing forward. And as he does, he throws a hand up towards Amka and turns out, "The Horned One, bring her down!"
Oh, that's rude.
And charges Ozosh. And as he closes in, axe overhead, he just lets out a wordless battle cry, "Roar!" and comes down to strike. And this bellowing howl here is, rather than me, I'm going to make you do a will save instead. Because it's supposed to be an intimidate check versus everyone's will DC, but I'd rather you guys all make will saves against his intimidate DC.
Okay.
Because that's more fun. I like it when you guys get to roll
25.
dice.
Besides, we got Iron Will this level.
I got a 17.
25.
25, well, 25 is obviously good.
29.
29 is obviously good.
20.
20 is good. And Ozosh?
10.
And 17?
17.
So Ozosh and Verja, you are frightened 1
Loud noise behind you.
by this bellowing howl here. And as you sort of jump, he brings this battle axe down towards you. So your shield is up. You got exploration activities. You would have plenty of time to put it up while they were talking. Shield. Frightened Uno.
I'm spooked.
Spooky.
Pointed the target on me.
Where's my hero point cards? by the way?
Sanctuary.
They got stuck under here. Yeah.
Thanks,
Look at them. But he is going to swing down for a 15.
Oh,
Nice.
Ozosh.
Yeah, and,
even spooked Ozosh just kind of feels the edge of the blade and just veers it off.
You get the feeling after these 2 arrows, for the moment, he doesn't seem to be taking this super seriously.
He put way more effort into the yell than the actual hit.
The one in
He's
the,
a little winded after
the one in the
screaming.
corner as Verja runs up and you just swing at her. She kind of dips out of the way and looks up with a bit of a smile and kind of grits her teeth, whips her battle axe up off the ground, throws her head back and just sort of loses herself for a second. She is also going to rage. And then she's gonna bring her battle axe down towards you.
Prepared combination.
Barbarian time.
Just turn all that off.
You can all just stop.
I did not.
Nothing to see here, everybody.
He's gonna get an at 20.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
So it's gonna be a little bit of
I'm
a bonk.
raging, and I have the most health in the party.
Yeah.
So if I go down in one hit, the fight is already over.
We're doomed if that's the case. Boop boop. 16 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
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 I saw 56 over there.
And as this slams into you, I need you to make me a fortitude save.
Oh no, fortitude.
16 was a glancing hit.
It's a 19 on the die,
You're
and I'm
solid.
a barbarian.
Yeah, you're definitely fine. And after this kind of slams into you, and you take it surprisingly well.
See, non-combat rules, hot fire.
She sort of cocks her head. A broken toss, it doesn't keel over instantly. And pulls it back and swings it back and swings it down again.
A little harder than that.
I can get behind this! It's natural 20.
Oh no! Are you serious?
We're just having a good time over
Do I
here.
need to make another
Make me another fortitude save.
That's a 13.
13 total? Yeah. This second half of the first
before.
one is going to knock you to the ground. The force behind this blow slamming you down onto your butt in the dirt here. And you are going to take 18 points of slashing damage because I rolled one higher, so it's 2 higher. Amka.
Feels nice to be able to take the entire healer's health bar at 1.5 times over and still feel relatively okay.
Oh, I don't like being singled out like this.
And you see all of the slingers turning towards you, readying
As I
their
stand in the
shots.
light of the sun, I am protected by Sister Cinder's guide. Sanctuary.
No!
And then I'm gonna kind of move up against the cliff.
Okay.
Yeah.
From there, you could absolutely take cover and gain cover against all of the attackers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Sanctuary,
that's-
move. Also, well, you're not right now, but like when you have
I'm
actions.
just gonna be over here trying to block some line of sight. I'm
know.
not stupid. I'm just a little dumb.
All right, Hanwi.
Hey, leave Umka alone. Light of the moon gather into my hands and become a storm. And I'm gonna keep charging it.
Line
Next
of
time.
them. Oh, is that?
That's some interesting burn scars you got there. Maybe I should add some. So then he takes his axe back, and you see the blade just turn bright red and it zoom heat and steam. Sculptural scoot. It's going to be Scorching Ray Spell Strike.
Big
Rig
hit.
it. Burn a boy.
This guy is
Solid.
not
That is a
raging yet.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20 definitely hits him.
So that's going to be 46 plus 1d8
Plus your strength.
plus,
Yep.
plus 4.
That's a pretty good slap
pretty good
there.
slap.
That's a good
That's-
Scorching Ray's a pretty good spell.
That's some hot.
Thank you, Secrets of
It's
Magic, for
pretty
giving
hot.
us one of the old trusties back.
That's why they're called burning tusks or burning mammoths. They burn real easily.
That's going to be 18 damage altogether.
Pretty solid.
Wham.
As that slams into him, 18 just on a regular hit. Spell strike, good.
Yep.
One action left.
And then he's gonna, after it just makes a big scorching mark across this guy's chest, he's gonna follow up with his focus spell shielding strike.
Bonk.
That is minus 10.
Yeah.
So it's gonna whiff, but most importantly, it's gonna make the shield draw back and hold him up.
Solid. And as he kind of recoils back from this, scorched a little bit, he kind of shakes the stars out of his eyes for a moment as a Slinger Squadron up here on the hill. Let's just do this like the bucket way. What's your will DC or spell DC?
19.
All right, so I'm going to roll a bunch of d20s, and I'm going to tell you how many people made the sanctuary check.
Well, it matters which order they come in because a critical success breaks the spell. If the
Oh, for
first one
everyone?
critically
Yeah.
succeeds,
Yeah.
If they critically
spells
succeed.
All right, I thought that was like for them. Fair enough. Okay,
Centurions.
so we'll just go down the line then. First will save is a 23.
Okay.
Second will save is a 21.
Okay.
Third will save is a natural one.
Okay.
One of them can just never attack you
Waste the
again.
action,
Gracious.
can't attempt to attack the target for the rest of Sanctuary's duration.
Okay, so yeah, one of them has 2 actions and can't hit you ever until this is gone. Number 4 is a 13.
Okay, he fails.
What's that?
He can't attempt to attack me further this turn.
Wait,
So he can't attack
loses
me.
action.
He loses the action.
And
Okay,
he
so
can't
all right,
attempt
and the
further
last
for the turn.
one is an 18.
And he fails too.
Okay, so only 2 of them are attacking you.
Nice.
Very well done.
Bloody sanctuary
One of them can never attack you again
for the rest of his life.
forever for the rest of his life. It's probably accurate. So 2 slingshots coming down towards Hanwei as she rushes across to try to get to cover. It is going to be a 20 and a 13 to hit.
The 13 misses, the 20
Woo!
hits.
And
I'm
then,
got missed.
and then the second, did they make the save per turn or per attack? I think it's just per turn,
It's
right?
attack. The creature.
Each attack.
Creatures attempting to attack the target must attempt to will save each time.
Okay, well then they're gonna make will saves again because they're just slinging. 18 and 20.
20 passes.
So one more out, and then one more shot. It's just a 12.
Oh, they reload 0?
It's a sling.
Reload.
Slings are just slings. Yeah.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
There's no. Yeah.
Like-
There's no reload.
bows or reloads.
Oh, it is reload. No, it is reload one. So it would just be like her.
weird
That would be the
reload,
last attack. So that last attack is that one's the last one they get. The other 2, the other 3 rather, that failed their sanctuary saves.
They would
are,
still be loaded.
Yes, they're still loaded. They have 2 actions left. They
fire
are
and
going to
reload.
fling their little pebbles at Hanwei because I don't know what the hell she's doing, but it sure looks pretty involved.
Looks kind of spooky.
Probably looks like a thing they should try to stop. Maybe.
Maybe a good idea.
Nah.
Sanctuary is extremely good when dealing with a bunch
One of them,
levels.
Hanwi's going to just lean to the side with a last second sidestep, and it'll automatically miss.
Okay, let me just roll these again, and I'll just roll 2.
I swear, if he rolls a 20 now.
You do
He's
this
playing
all.
Warhammer.
I'll just so one of these you're able to duck. The other 2 are absolutely terrible. Them having been like magically compelled to retarget at the last minute. 2 of these sling bullets kind of going wide past Hanwei as they all reload their slings with the last
As
action.
they go this aim at me, the sun just gets in their eye. The sun's behind them, and it just gets in their eye.
The snowpack on the peak in front
Yeah.
of them, kind of really snow blind. They looked up.
There you go.
Aram.
Cinder protects.
Aram, seeing Ozosh dueling with this guy, would like to drop him as soon as possible so Ozosh can move on with his life. Is going to take 2 quick shots because he still is prey.
Okay. Yep.
It's an 18 on the die, so that's going to be a 27.
Loaded die day. 27.
Yeah.
He is not raging, so it's a regular hit.
Okay, and my second shot is going to be a 5. It just kind of flies off. It's going to be 6 damage.
Good.
That's still damage.
Plink, plink, plink.
Damage do be damage.
And I'm going to take one more shot at him with a flurry.
-6.
-6. It's going to be 18.
18 will hit him.
Hey.
Shoot a lot.
That's min damage. It's only 1. That sucked.
1 damage.
That's
But
low of a
laying that
bow.
into him with the stuff that you've piled up on this first guy, he is pretty well bloodied. He staggers. He is barely still on his feet. Doesn't have much left. I got 1 action.
I am going to attempt to sneak out in the open.
You need to be hiding first.
I'm going to try to hide.
Okay. Make me a. Well, I think I just make this. That guy, you can just make me the stealth check because it doesn't. You're
Okay.
gonna know immediately who still sees you or not if they target you. Versus the perception DCs of all of these fine people.
So it's going to be a 19.
So you duck down in the brush after these couple of shots. You don't seem to be anyone's primary target right now, and that doesn't change. You're kind of able to fade away pretty easily here as they're all occupied elsewhere. And then you can use your card because now you hit.
Thank you.
We got there. Okay. Until the end of your turn, you gain the benefits of greater cover after taking the hide or seek action. So now you have greater cover as well. So that's a +4 to your AC against any range attacks that target down towards you.
Nice.
Verja.
Verja's not happy.
Probably not.
Verja
You're on
on
the ground
ground.
and you're upsetty. You're both raging at each other. This
Yeah.
is like a barbarian party.
So, gonna use the rock to stand back up, and
I'll have an enemy with attack of opportunity someday.
eventually. But for now, if it can use knockdown, I'm not concerned about it having attack of opportunity. It's
That's
already
fair.
got one too many good things.
It's not even knockdown. Knockdown's 2 actions, but knockdown's also an auto success, I think. This is just on hit, make
Yeah.
save.
Yeah, it's knockdown adjacent.
Knockdown adjacent. We'll take knockdown
And
adjacent.
my turn now. And going to take 2 swings back at her.
Get
I
up
think
and
they're
take a
flirting with each other.
Possibly. This is how
First is in love.
mating ritual.
Nice.
19.
19 will
20.
hit.
Doesn't
20
it's a
still
hit.
hits.
Yeah.
20 still hits. Bigger numbers hit.
That's only gonna be 6 damage.
That's still damage.
Damage.
It's on the board, kid.
And then schmack. Another schmack. That will miss. Only a 6 on the die.
Go 1. And I'll just go right back to her because you two are just swinging on each other.
She's in love with you.
And as she raises this axe back up, takes one of your hits, steps back from the other one, she also just lets out this feral battle cry. And there's only 2 of you, so I'll just roll the intimidate. Well, yeah, we'll do the same way. Virgin knows how to make me will saves. And then already raging, she is just going to
Probably in the trailer.
continue swinging into Virgin here. You two are just slapping the hell out of each other.
Are you kidding me?
You're having a good
17
time.
again.
You're frightened 1.
10 again.
You're frightened 1.
They don't do well with loud noises.
Loud
They're easily spooked.
Near the mammoths. Mammoths make very loud noises.
All right, big chop the first. You know, this is a barbarian love affair. I'm never going to use either of these. I'm going to accept that. I want to get my 2 cards
Already hit me with 2 20s.
into a hero point here.
Rerolls.
Give me another 20.
He demands another 20.
I didn't get a 20.
You got a 19.
I did get a 19.
Give me the crit.
She's in love. I don't know about Verja, but she is.
I'm impressed. I'm taking 3 crits.
She is adamantly expressing her
Verge is a
love
little
here.
punch drunk here.
Yeah, a little bit.
14 points of slashing damage. I haven't rolled above the 50th percentile on her damage yet, so that's good.
Not enough.
Fort save.
She's trying her best. It's just not enough.
Is this how that works?
Give me a fort save, and she's going to swing, and she just looks at you. What?
Bloody. Definitely bloody.
Stops for a second.
Not 20.
You're with the wrong tribe. Why are you with these weaklings? And takes another big old swing.
Ozas just sees like hints of this and he's just utterly confused.
17?
No.
You frightened 1? Still no? Frightened 1 and raging?
Yeah. No. Yes.
I was like, I feel like that's right there.
Wait, no.
Regular
20?
hit.
No.
18. No, that's not.
I'm
You're base
raging at
20
night.
now?
Base 20.
Yeah, base 20.
we
That's
level
what I
3
said.
We're level
now.
3.
Yeah, there's no
Just
way. Thank you.
Barely
Just barely
swings
misses.
this and kind of grazes it across your armor and just sort of pulls back. Join us. Burn them.
The only thing you'll be joining is the bodies we've left behind.
The other one over here with Ozash is also
That's
going to
love
pull his
sounds.
axe up. He's going to stagger a
Romantic.
bit. And roll back forward, rage, put the second hand on his axe, and just like he's trying to chop a tree down, like a half-handed swing, real short up close here. This man's eaten 3 crits with these reavers. He's
3
just like, I'm
crits
good.
and then dodged the hit that would have taken me down.
Only a 13 to hit on
Ozaf's
Ozash.
seen it before
You
and
get
he's
all
just
the-
gonna
yeah,
glaze it off again.
You really are just like the Malachite is actually working. You're rolling all the bad numbers so everyone else can roll max, and you're taking all of the crits so everyone else is fine. Like
He's doing
Our hero.
you're actually an RNG sinkhole today. I don't know what's happening.
I don't have to always lay 20s on the table if I absorb the RNG.
I rolled a 2 and a 4. You were like literally sucking all of the RNG to yourself. I'm hitting you with a 20, a 20, and a 19.
It's like a reroll.
And I apparently can't.
Good job.
What is happening?
Chaos.
But as he chops and Ozosh is kind of fending him off with the shield here, he seems almost confused by this cold iron. You can kill us. You can take us down. Your following is dead. You're never getting out of this pass.
You say that.
Amka.
So the stream is difficult terrain.
The stream is difficult terrain. It's like
So-
1 square difficult terrain.
So 25. Is it possible for me to get back here? I'm trying to add this up. It's like
5,
I'm trying to get within 30.
20, 25. You can get like diagonally adjacent to Ozosh because the stream would be 15 because you
Closest
can get
you
to
could
there
get is
basically.
here.
All right, I'm trying to get within hill range of this big idiot.
15. It's exact.
Oh yeah,
there,
you're
you're
exact.
there.
You're
You're
good.
exact.
You're
You're
there.
in there.
Your fight's not done, Persia. But a lot of the sun, please don't let me die. Second level heal now because
We can.
level
do
up.
it.
They level
As you
up.
do that, and she sees Virgil's wounds closing, she turns to all the slingers. We told you to kill her!
Oh, it's 2d8 now, isn't it?
2d8 plus 16.
So math 22, 25.
Oh, I guess 24. That was pretty close.
Hanwi.
It's like a crit and a half.
Oh boy. Hanwi's
Well-
murderous instinct took over for a sec there.
Horizon Thunder
And she's just gonna fling it up, actually cackling madly.
Oh boy.
I love Hanwei.
What happened to Hanwi? She was so innocent.
She got level 2. That's what happened.
Amka always
Level
knows.
3. And so this one right here is the primary target, Horizon Thunder Sphere Explosion.
It's also going to catch the closer of the Reavers, too.
This here?
It's
it's-
the
it's-
closer
it's-
of the Reaver, the axe guy, isn't it? Isn't it like 60 feet?
It's a 60-foot range, but when I hit my
Oh,
target
oh, oh.
with the charge, it explodes in an emanation. So all of these guys are going to get
I thought the
hit.
emanation was 60
That's
feet. I
big.
thought
that-
it was like a comically...
No,
That would have been
no.
crazy.
No, okay,
baby's
so
first
it's going to
fight.
hit all of the slingers.
So the slinger that I target is going to be hit with a 24.
That's going to hit him.
Okay, so he's going to be taking the 3d6. So he takes 11.
Okay.
And emanation explodes out from him is going to hit them for 4. They have a basic reflex.
Does the 11 also take the 4?
No, because it's an emanation, not a burst.
Fair enough. Okay, so 4 of saves of the reflex.
DC 19.
DC 19. 1 fail, 3 pass.
Okay, the fail takes 6. The ones that pass take 3.
Okay. So this blast surging out through all these, for a moment crippling all of these slingers. You see it rip through all of them, and that's your entire turn.
That's my whole turn, yeah.
As this little tiny moon just rips them. One of them, the one that takes the brunt of it, near falling over just from that alone. Ozosh.
Oh, you just said cannot seem to land a single hit on me, can you? Ormond! Shocking Grass Spell Strike.
Does he have metal armor? Probably not. He's probably.
I was about to say,
kind.
does he have metal on him? 'Cause
Chain shirt! It's legally a chain shirt! The bones count as a chain shirt. You get the metal bonus.
Whee! This one.
It's a flavored chain shirt.
that was very sad roll. I rolled a 3, so that is going to whiff right by him.
Dang it. I was excited. You got 1 action left.
Shield. Sad. Ozosh noises.
All the slingers up on the ledge have a new goal. That doesn't happen again. So
You go to
Hanwi,
charge another one, they all run at you.
Hanwi is getting all of the slings now.
Screw. Yeah, see, I did a good job. I pulled it.
Sanctuary. Hanwei's my sanctuary.
Oh, I thought I was like, do you have a reaction?
No.
Sanctuary? Like,
No, I stand in front of Hanwei.
Can I have cover from Amka standing in front of me? She is much
you
taller than
have
me.
soft cover, yes.
I'll take it.
She's pretty soft.
I have a 26,
Normal hit.
a 10,
Miss.
and a natural 20.
Critical hit.
I have a 25
Hit.
and a 23.
Normal hit.
So we have a critical hit and 3 normal hits and 1 complete miss.
You're about to get pebbled.
I'm about to get- So critical hit, 3 normal hits is literally identical as if all 5 of them hit you. So I'm just going to roll it that way because that's easier in my head.
That'd be good.
It's not about how strong the rocks
Slingy
are.
bullets.
It's about the number of rocks there are.
You're going to take a total of 24 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ooh, for getting machine gunned by rocks.
As you
That's
are.
pretty good.
Yeah, well, they're freaking slings. Like the world's greatest weapon. But in great numbers, you're going to see like a deluge of these come down. Everyone is going to take one action to reload their slings. How does Hanwi look?
Hanwi is down on one knee and is bleeding profusely from a bad head wound.
16.
Miss.
21
Hit.
for 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. She's a little bleary-eyed and kind of drunk from that one.
20?
That's a
dirty,
hit.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20. Yeah, 19 with light covers plus was 1,
One,
right?
yep. 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
It's exactly enough to drop me.
And the last two that are, we'll say that for, I was kind of going left to right, the two back up on the ridge are going to take cover and get greater cover behind their boulders.
No more.
And so nobody has loaded slings at the moment. Aram.
Is cover count as a condition?
No.
Okay. So, Aram, seeing that Hanwi has gone down,
Really
is...
partially buried under a pile of
It's like it was like 7 pebbles.
I mean, sling bullets are like that
That's
big.
7 little baseballs.
How many of those guys have not taken greater cover? The guys...
3. The 3 on your floor have not taken greater cover. They have regular cover from being behind rocks. But
I'm going to declare the front one as my prey,
okay.
and then I'm going to take...
That's the one who got exploded very vigorously.
I know. And then I'm going to take 2 quick shots into him.
Okay.
He's about to get exploded even more vigorously.
He's about to have a bad time, I'm pretty sure, on account of how 4 health he has. We'll see.
It is a bow.
It's
He could survive 3
actually
hits.
like a 50-50 to drop him with an arrow.
But even with 3 hits, he could
It's going to
survive
be a 23.
23 will hit. Might as well roll both these because that action's a
Yeah,
commitment.
I
Like
know.
you're definitely firing 2.
And that's going to be a 19.
19 will also hit even through the cover. So you hit 2 of them.
3. Roll 2 1s.
1 and a 2 will also not kill him. So
No, it's 11
Okay.
damage.
the front guy drops.
Conway went down. He got mad.
You have 1 action left.
Puking for you.
Hide again.
Aha! Back down into the cover you go.
It's going to be a 27 for stealth.
Where'd he go?
Where'd those arrows come from?
Yeah.
Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind.
Nerja, suddenly restored. She takes a step back.
Bonk.
Like, clearly not having a good time, but neither is she anymore. That's a 19 on the dice. So
I'm the moral support.
She's
I take credit for
raging.
that.
What's the total?
That's a
that's
lot.
what I'm checking.
That might,
because,
if she's a raging barbarian, you might very likely crits.
plus 9.
So
28.
It absolutely
28.
crits. Yep. Absolutely crits.
Great
Alrighty.
pick, quit. Great
Borrow a
pick,
D12,
crit.
please.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I forgot you have a great pick.
Have a D12,
This
my
is going to be
friend.
very.
I don't have
a
magic weapon.
His vigor has been restored.
I'm gonna roll the fatal first.
Okay, yeah, because that doesn't multiply.
Only 1.
Aw.
That's fine. No, that's good. On the
Yeah,
fatal.
that doesn't double. That's the best one to roll 1 on.
For a 2. All right, so the most pitiful great pick crit ever,
I know your last one was pretty unimpressive.
but it did
Is it
more.
literally 13?
Let's see. So that's 6 and 8 is 16, 17.
You rolled a 2.
5, 10, 2, 4, 4, 15.
Okay. 15. Well, you got her, and that's
I
only 1
did
action.
get her.
You crit her. You asserted dominance is what you did.
So
T-pose.
now,
I really thought she was going to explode, and I'm a little
Yeah.
disappointed, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
This is
It means you get to continue your love affair over here in the corner.
20. Do
intimidate.
it. Into a 20.
Intimidate. Give me the intimidate check.
18.
I mean, that should be.
Yeah, that'll do it. Even with your frightened 1, because you were
17.
Yeah, I mean you were 1 over on the hit too, so I'm like it hasn't mattered yet.
Okay.
That'll do it. She's also frightened 1.
Yeah, there we go. Another hit.
20s.
No.
That's a 3. That'll miss.
Watching the Malachite roll is kind of like weird because it looks like it wants to keep going. It's like, no, 3.
That's what it does.
So this lady in the back,
It decides what number it's
back
giving.
barbarian, sees Hanwi go down, and all of these pebbles hit her, and none of them hit Amka. I just go wide, and she takes like one little step back from you, and with her, she's wielding just like one-handed battle axes and free-handing it. She takes her free hand back behind her belt and pulls out this kind of thick, almost squishy, like hacky sack-looking, dark slicked oil packet. And then she's going to make a will save to throw it at Amka.
Don't, please. I beg of you.
She's going to get an 11. She's not going to throw it at
Lose the
Amka.
action.
Sunlight just gets in her eyes. Like, I don't, too innocent. Too innocent.
And she's just going to turn to Verja and just slam it on you. Point blank. Which is going to be, she hasn't made an attack yet, so it is going to be a 24, which I'm sure just 23, because she's also frightened 1.
Yeah.
So I'm sure just regular hits you. And this is going to burst into flaming pitch, kind of across your chest
Ow.
here. You are going to take 1 point of fire damage. She is going to take 1 point of fire damage.
I've done this trick before.
And you are on fire now.
Oh, it's an automatic
Wait,
persistent
so
damage.
if I hug her, is she
she
also
had to
going to
hit
be on
him.
fire?
Through the flames of love, I see.
Why?
That's how close you hug her, I
Why
guess.
are you trying to flirt with this woman?
Because like I think it's mud wrestling in the burning pitch time.
What?
That's all right.
She's done. It's the other guy now. The other guy is going to step up around Ozosh to Amka.
I'm going to
look
ask
at
you kindly.
You're going to ask him magically. Raises his axe.
I've been absorbing.
Turn back to Ozosh.
I've been absorbing the RNG.
This is the most money sanctuary I've ever seen in my life.
Feed me more of your dice.
I can't bring myself to slay something so pathetic. And turn down to Ozosh and drop this.
You haven't even.
This is amazing.
He got a natural 1.
Ozosh doesn't even
He
move
can
his shield
never
at all.
threaten you
I can
again.
just insult him.
As he comes out with that, Ozosh just like
23.
Oh, well. Oh, now you hit me.
Now he's mad.
Shield block.
Oh my god.
This is actually a magic.
Good job. It only took you 4 tries.
Beautiful fight. And as he brings the axe
You
down,
say that, but everybody but me is having, and arguably you is having a good time.
it's gonna be 12 points of slashing damage.
I'm gonna.
So 7 after the 5 of your shield. You and the shield both taking 7. Does that break the shield? What's your shield's hit points?
10, right?
20.
20.
Oh, 20. Okay, so
Yeah,
no, not
it's a
quite.
steel
Big
shield.
cleave in it, but you're all right.
Yeah.
You take 7 points of damage. You need a fortitude save as the force you take on the shield impact here.
Fortitude, you said?
Yes,
That's a 17.
is not going to be enough to knock you down to the ground.
That's good. So I took 7, right? Yeah, okay.
The fortitude save isn't enough, or I.
Yeah,
A 17
Is he standing
isn't
or not
enough.
standing?
He's standing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no.
No, I'm good.
It's, the hit is not be enough to knock you to the ground. Yeah, that was unclear.
Okay, I got you.
You're good. You're up. Amka the Invincible.
I am the hearth, and I'll offer you warmth. Please let the wounds heal. Level 2 heal on her.
Woo!
So, 7 plus 5, 12 plus 16, 28.
Nice.
And then I slap Version in the back of the head with a 1 action heal as a level 1.
I'm over there.
Not Version, Josh.
Okay.
Yep.
Just D8 health.
Yep, just D8 health.
8.
Nice.
Ozosh
I'm
gets 8 health.
literally
back.
back. I
Bonk.
like nothing happened.
Well, it's now your turn, Ozosh, because Hanwi would be here because she got taken down by these guys. So, Ozosh, it is now a turn of you.
Hanwi, don't die.
Well, I appreciate it. Might as well. Ozosh is going to simply just kind of peek behind his shield and go, Mactoon, and a magical fang just pops out of his shield and goes, bonk, force fang. Automatically a d4 plus 1.
And
What?
recharges your
And
spell
recharges
strength.
my spells. So
What? Does it do Magus thing?
5 damage. 5 force
This
damage.
kills the man. He just,
He just goes, boop, boop, boop.
and he just drops.
And my spell strike is recharged, but I'm
He
not
just
able to focus
crumbles
points.
onto the ground. He's like, what?
This is the funniest fight ever.
It's amazing.
I was just like, oh, that was it. Virgil, you got the elder one. I'll take that as
He's
yes.
on fire in the distance.
I will
everywhere.
Yeah,
use
just kinda like
my
touch chest.
next action to go across the river and get as close as possible to the other guys and have my shield up as my
Okay,
last
you can
action.
get like,
5, 15, 20,
25.
yeah, that's, yep.
And then I'll have my shield up for the next round.
All right, and as you approach, Hanwi, awake on the ground now, suddenly feeling much better. A lot of
Hanwi's-
pebbles around you.
Eyes kind of pop open, blood still have like just caking her hair and her face, and she gets a little feral. She kind of grits her teeth.
Charge another one.
A little bit like her teeth get actually unnaturally pointy. Her eyes start to slit and flare silver.
That's so hot.
And she's gonna roll over and extend her body and just growl as she becomes a snow leopard.
Oh my god, wow.
Okay.
This is why Hanoi is my favorite.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
She's going to dash across the stream, charging up at them.
Arm.
She's got a speed of 40
Aram
now.
is so in love.
So that's going to be a 5,
So going
15.
up the ridge is like a jump or a climb check, but there are two of them very on the ground.
Perfectly fine.
I
get
think
a-
you could get all the way to here.
To
We'll
here?
say that's good for me. The point is it's close, but not quite there.
Yep.
And they are going to see you transform into a snow leopard and run at them. The two on the ground, terror fills their eyes as they reload their empty slings and quickly sling 2 bullets down towards you. Look at this.
Why?
So that like it's confirmed that I'm not just saying things.
I want you to know I do love you.
Well, thank you, but you got 2 20s.
I
didn't you?
rolled 2 20s.
Wow. All right, well, fair enough.
Please stop.
Please, temporary hit points, save me.
I mean, they are sling crits, so we have that going for us, which is nice. And they.
I mean, I'm over here taking barbarian crits, and I'm still standing.
I am
You'll
a
be
tiny
fine.
little druid.
You're a
It's
snow
literally
leopard.
I'm a
a total
leopard
of 12. It's 12 total bludgeoning
enough.
damage.
Remember, you
So,
took 5
They're
hits.
sling crits.
so they actually like hit her right in the head and like just bounce off and shatter and just little stagger a little bit, but just kind of keeps charging.
And then both those two drop their slings and pull the spears off of their back and kind of like brace and ready for this cat demon that is charging at you.
Snow leopards are very fuzzy.
2 up top are going back to their job. Their job is hit the Amka.
Maybe.
Are they not allowed to attack Amka anymore?
One of them isn't, and he died.
No, I mean like
All right.
right now.
No, it's 23 and 23. I think they both are.
They both go through.
And the attack roll is actually identical. So it is 18 and 16. Those
Both,
don't
hit.
tell me those both.
they both hit. 16.
16. Cloistered cleric. That's why sanctuary is here. That's what we have. Sanctuary.
That's why I have sanctuary. And
There's a reason why
I'm
they
alive.
My AC is my spell DC.
What's the range on a sling?
Like 120, 50. It's not that big, but it's 50.
Okay.
It's
solid.
it's this encounter.
it's way better than Produce Flame.
They got big, beefy arms that they're slinging with.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They're not big range weapons, but it's 50.
That's why Sorks love reach.
I was thinking 20 feet or something.
You take 9 points of bludgeoning damage from the two. If that was the range, they'd just be throwing javelins.
Yeah.
The reason
Good
they're not
point.
throwing javelins is the range. 2 more will saves as they. No, they couldn't because they had to start loading. They had to load up their things. They slung them, and they're both going to get greater cover. The 2 up on the ridge behind the rocks.
The woes of reload 1 fighters.
Aram, as he reappears from the mystery dimension. Every turn. Prairie
Aram
dog in it. I know.
Is absolutely not going to touch the love fest that is going on over there. That is none of my business, and I want nothing to do with it. But does
I've had
see
more success than you with Hanwi.
my
Oh, that's the end of the show, everybody.
And Aram dies.
Oh boy.
I'll get you, Virgil. New prey. The guy in front of Hanwi.
Okay, I'll just say the one nearest the bottom, sure.
And And then 2 quick shots.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Is everyone going feral?
That one goes
Arm's not
wild.
feral. Arm's just embarrassed.
Arm is
Literal
red.
feral.
Yeah, Henry's a little feral right
A
now.
little bit feral.
A little bit.
And another 5 is just
Very
out of
distracted.
control. It's so distracted.
One action left. Hide.
Hide.
Okay, roll your. You hide. No one's even looking at you. Virgia. Nobody cares.
No one cares.
Everyone's got their own thing going on. Virgia.
I'm gonna give you a wild guess as to what's about to happen.
Is it hit the lady?
3 swings.
Okay.
Nat 1. An 8, which
Turns into a
is
3.
an 11. And then fishing for a 20. 7.
So roll.
Don't end it so quickly.
This is foreplay.
You're still on fire.
He's a
Roll
60-minute man.
Oh, yeah,
That's-
yeah.
Sessions.
3.
You are going to take 4 points of fire damage
Oh, no.
at the end of the turn as you continue burning. And this woman in front of you, as you two are just absolutely wilding on each other down here. Just
Is that the 4th round?
something
Yes,
like that.
it is.
have
It's
to keep
ridiculous.
track.
You two just standing here
Yep.
swinging back and forth.
There's no way I'm touching that.
And she is absolutely just going equally as wild. 26, doing a little bit better
That'll hit.
with the axe. Oh. 8 points of slashing damage. Still have not rolled past the 50th percentile. We'll get there.
This is the grease.
I mean, it's the reason this fight's lasting so long.
18. You're no longer frightened, so that's not going to do it.
Nope.
It's a 19.
And not a 20.
Hey.
So
Another round.
sitting here going nuts on each other. It's now just wordless flailing.
Papa top
as you're
again.
both just hacking away. Amka.
Amka is gonna run downstream just to be in range of everyone around. I'm gonna look back at Verja and you're doing great, Verja. Don't let her stop you. And do another heal on him. Because he is just getting hit a lot. So
I'm covered in a lot of very large
26.
wounds and just
Not anymore.
when you
No
feel
help.
very warm.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Yeah. Actually warmer.
Yeah,
The fire heats up and it cauterizes the wound.
Oh, Zosh.
Thought that was love.
I am going to move up to where I'm at least next to, if not in front of Hanwi. And then I'm going to line myself up. And
10,
I'm going to go ahead
20,
and
25.
Yep. Be Fusk! Shockwave on all the little dudes.
Okay.
Ooh, Shockwave's
So
good.
15-foot cone.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll let it get. It gets 3. I'll let it get the guy around the edge of the ridge. So it'll be the 3 of them that are right there. And that's a reflex save.
If
Yes,
it
sir.
critically fails, can it fall down the
16
cliff?
is the DC.
We have an 11, which is the second one. So the one that you're not adjacent to. The one nearest you is 18. The one up top is 26. So flat-footed. They're both regular successes.
The 26.
26
crit.
is crit.
Oh, so nothing.
fine,
Yeah,
so-
he's up
Yeah,
on top
20.
of the ridge. Okay.
Yeah. So
Dice-
one of them is not
Yeah, the
affected.
dice know what's going on. Yeah, the guy up top is completely fine. The one in front of you is flat-footed, and the one a little bit further back
Is on the ground.
It's
completely
flat
to
foot is on the
ground.
phone, yeah.
Yep.
Hanwi.
And that is all I can do. After I knock him down, I'm like, Hanwi,
Feral
if
snow
you can
leopard.
get back up.
Hanwi is just gonna sprint for this guy that's down. That's weak prey.
No way, he's gone feral.
Why'd you
Oh,
do that?
no. We lost her.
You did this.
We lost her.
You did this.
No, the dice did this.
No,
The dice have done so much in this
the
battle.
dice did this.
Can I
The dice
pet her?
have told so many stories
Such a
throughout
great story.
this fight.
I just want to pet her.
That's a 2 on the die. That's not gonna. Well, I don't know. He's down. I don't know. And it's a little guy. That's an 11.
Not quite that bad.
Not quite. Follow up with a clawed rake.
There you go. That's better.
Let's see. Agile is nice, but that's a 16.
16. Absolutely hit him while he's laying on the ground there.
Beautiful.
Get him in the toesies.
11 points of slashing
What damage die is
It's a
this?
D10 plus 1.
You're a whole ass snow leopard.
I'm a whole ass
I
snow
thought you were
leopard.
like a tiny snow
No.
leopard.
I am a medium-sized
Like an
snow
ocelot
leopard.
kind of thing.
No,
no.
No?
shape.
That dude's dead. You just ripped that guy apart. He's not alive anymore.
Thank you, Hanwei.
Can't
Rip
hear
into
you
him.
over the sound of
Can't
his
hear.
flesh zippering.
And we have the 2 up top
Terrified.
who are going to load their slings, make some will saves. 1 pass, 1 fail.
You're doing good.
1 rock down towards Omka. It's a 9. They're seeing the tide turning. The fear is kind of coming through them. One rock is going to go down from the one, I guess, on the ledge here, just like the shockwave towards Hanwi. Hanwi, the giant 20 magnet.
We can't hit the one with magic on him. Pelt the snow leopard.
Invincible, literally natural 20 to every single hit.
Hanway's my favorite.
For 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Ooh, sling crit.
See, I can heal Hanway if Hanway goes down. I can't heal me.
Hanwi's just mad.
Yeah, and the one that is there that has a spear out now is less mad and more of afraid, and is going to swing at you. It hasn't actually come up yet because I've been mass rolling, but getting critically hit by these slings from this group here does kind of knock you a little bit off balance. You are flat-footed
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
to the spear attacks from this kind of panicked defender on the ground who is thrusting away almost defensively. Just stay away, please. 20, dirty 20, dirty 20.
Normal hit.
It's going to be... I rolled the wrong die, which is the first time that I actually rolled, because everything's been D8s except the slings. It's the first time I actually rolled above a 4, and it's the wrong die. Oof. And it's going to be 5 points of piercing damage.
Didn't roll above a 4.
Okay. Hanwi is a black, white, and red leopard.
Like a newspaper.
Second swing, 4 on the die. No way that's going to hit you with a multiple attack penalty.
Dodge away.
Third swing, they are just going to send it.
Anyone to fish for 20s, it'd be Hanwi.
Yeah. Not this time, though. With an 11 on the die, definitely not happening. Aram.
Aram comes up back from the bush again.
Peekaboo. Blink, blink.
There is one guy sitting there in front of Hanwi that he can most definitely see.
Yep. I mean, the ridge is probably like 6 feet, so you can see the one that's on the edge of the ridge, too, for sure.
He's my prey, then. I'm
Okay.
going to take the guy on the edge of the ridge. Mark him as my prey. And I'm going to take 2 quick shots at him. I'm hoping to get him to fall off the edge of the ridge.
He
That
did
would
not
be...
have an action to take cover because he lost it to Sanctuary, so...
Yes,
feeling
that was the
regular
goal.
cover.
It's going to go wild.
That was a 4.
This whole fight is a masterpiece.
They called off.
And it's a 7.
Environmental storytelling.
13. That's a 13.
Definitely not going to hit.
But it's okay because I have another shot.
That's
We can do
accurate.
it.
How
Minus
many
6.
arrows have we shot in this fight?
Not as many as you would think, actually.
3
13.
per round?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're like 15. We're just belting them
No,
down
because I've been
range.
hiding.
That's why it's 3,
Yeah,
not
but you're
4.
still
That's
shooting
right.
3 every
Hunted
round,
shot, yeah. Come on.
The
Your arrow is
springboard
that
dice tray is
accurate.
back.
That's a 15.
Minus
No,
6.
that's,
9.
Maybe.
That's a 17.
With the he didn't get to take cover, but he still has regular cover from being behind the rocks, and that's going to kind of glance off, and then I assume you crouch back down.
Yes.
Verja, the tale as old as time.
I don't.
He doesn't want it to end.
He is having the greatest time of his life.
Maybe.
16.
No, that's literally one off.
That's a 9. So
It's a negative
that's
1.
A 12.
Her turn. Her turn.
Stupidest fight. I love it.
Are you guys still on fire?
8.
Oh yeah, you're still
Yeah,
on
you're
fire.
still on fire. Not 20.
Not 20. I'm no
on fire
longer burning.
anymore.
2 points of fire damage, but then just the ferocity of the pair of your swings, the air is enough to quench most of this fire, this tornado of passionate rage.
The only
Sure,
one
let's go with
ever
that.
loved.
She is going to get a 24,
Oof.
That's just flirting.
9 points of slashing damage. She is going to get a 16
And a 7.
and a 20, actually, on the third one. 19 on the
It's
die.
going to hit me for like 6 damage.
9.
Ooh.
She has hit, literally as many times as she hit you. I have not rolled above 4 on any D8
Yep.
at any point. You're having
That's
a
It's okay.
this
We
fight
haven't
has
rolled-
lasted
you are
as long as
having
it
a
has.
great time.
We
here.
haven't rolled
She is,
above
like,
ones on
She's
our
done
D8s.
over 100 damage.
She is getting like hacks on you. They're catching you. You're getting the blade, this bone battle axe. Well, Amka's just healing you. You're just a beefy dude. You're both you're both moderately injured and mad enough that it's not bothering you at all, Amka.
I believe that's round 6.
How's Hanwei look?
A black, white, and red leopard.
Okay. By the light of the sun, please don't go down again. You're getting the last.
Here, kitty.
I've gone through 5 heals.
We ran the cleric all the way out of heal spells.
I have 4 just sitting. 9 plus 16, so 25.
Rockin'. I'm full.
You got 1 action left.
Yeah, don't forget clerics have an extra bonus pool.
And we went through the whole bucket on this encounter.
This is an intense encounter.
No, it's not. The dice say it is. This is
the
not
dice just-
an intense
I mean, it's a pretty
That was pretty good.
decent encounter.
5
Like,
slingers.
I'm gonna move back.
Like,
I'm not rolling good.
so I can see the other barbarian.
He could be far more threatening. I am not rolling good. Ozash,
not rolling good. Has crit me 6 times.
your AC is 19. It's not hard to do.
I am getting very tired of this so-called, spout of nonsense. I'm gonna just swing at the guy right in front of me.
He's just busy trying to spear this leopard off of his feet.
That is a 21.
21 will hit him.
I'm getting there.
Just a regular
ask him a question.
Ask him a question, that is for sure. That is going to be 8 slashing.
He's down.
Bam!
The left is he failed the
Knock him
Horizon
down.
Thunder Sphere save, so
And then
it's enough to finish him up.
After that one's down, you just kind of, you visibly see Ozash go, oh yeah, I still have to deal with you two. Fine.
You can't kill all of us.
Watch me. Deep did lightning arc.
And because I'm level 3, it's a heightened cantrip too. It's reflex save.
1 pass, 1 fail. For sure.
2d4 plus 1 electric.
It's electric.
Do.
7 damage amongst the 2.
7 damage is actually going to bring the one that failed. The one at the back is going to fall to this. The one on the
Zap.
front taking 3 and just barely on the edge. This is a certified.
I just kind of, after that, I just look at Huntley. After this shocking spell, I just kind of look at Huntley. I'm like, go get your
Huntley.
dinner.
I need an athletics or an acrobatics to get up the cliff face here. It's not super hard, but it is just like an action.
You're
to go
also a
up it.
snow leopard.
Freaking leopards.
Well, it's actually leopards are pretty athletic, actually. So
All right.
let's see what I can get. That's a 16 to get up the cliff.
You hop up the side of this cliff. Quick scramble puts you up next to this barely clinging to life person here.
And a little glint of feral intelligence will kind of flicker in this snow leopard's eye, and she's going to kind of pounce back and then pounce forward. But instead of with a jaw attack, it's going to be a headbutt just to smash him with a non-lethal headbutt.
Okay.
Okay, it's -2 for non-lethal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's going
Probably.
to go to 21.
Okay, yeah, it's going to hit regardless of what the non-lethal penalty is. That's going to land for sure.
That's going to be 8 points of non-lethal damage.
And 8 as you knock the wind out of this slinger up top, send him tumbling down to the earth unconscious. You have one action left?
Per?
She's going to kind of like stretch, flex, and stand back up on 2 legs and just laugh up into the air. Like absolutely laughing maniacally.
Like,
Hanwei's witchy vibes are
like
showing.
I'm scared.
Verja, I'm sorry. I can't let this go on any longer. I gave you your minute.
It hasn't been a minute.
Mark her as my prey.
pew pew.
Take 2 shots at her.
This is actually, I mean, you got a bunch of figures on here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
yeah.
can turn to a real battle.
Is she getting cover?
She has.
She get lesser cover
yeah.
because
No, she's not.
Verge is in the way. Oh, just kidding. Well, now. Does it
There's a card
shoot
for
through?
that.
Oh, no. Press on. Tell the enemy to turn ignore penalties. This is not a condition. You
Oh,
have
it's
no
not a condition?
conditions.
Oh. What is a
Literally already accidentally said no.
Conditions
That's
are
like
everything in the deck.
yeah. If you have something like if
Oh,
you're frightened or you have
got
something
it.
that's giving you a negative modifier to anything, you ignore all that.
Okay, well, that's going to be a 24.
Yeah, definitely gonna. Let me math real quick because you're hidden, so she's flat-footed. Raging. Oh, it's not going to crit, but just barely. It's literally gonna be 1 off
25.
critting. Actually, 2 off because lesser cover.
I am.
And that's going to be 21.
Oh, to hit, yes.
Yeah.
I was like,
Okay.
what happened?
No.
-3. It still hits.
Oh, sorry,
it's
minus 3.
definitely
Sorry.
I was very confused.
18.
Like, what
I'm
was
sorry.
so
I was
under
doing
read the
regular
number of
math
D8.
and didn't subtract.
No,
So
you're good.
2
They
hits?
both hit.
Okay. It's going to be 11 points of damage.
Ooh, 2 good arrows. And she goes to swing, is going to catch one and catch the other and drop down to one knee before going to push herself back up. She's not down, but she has, I would say, she's looking like about a 2.
I'm going to take
1 to
one
10.
more shot at her. Sorry, Verge. Didn't mean to steal the glory.
Land a hit and do 1 damage. Do it. No.
No,
land
no.
hit first.
Got
it's up
too
to you, buddy.
excited.
Urge. She gets knocked down, takes these 2 arrows.
Around. Moment of clarity, so I can attack non-lethally.
Ah.
2.
I don't need to. I'm doing it because I want to.
You do it.
He wants her.
So that is a 14.
Not quite.
Okay. 15.
Slowly getting better.
Nope.
That's it. Because actually, you don't need the moment of clarity to attack non-lethally.
No, you can just do that, yeah. I mean, you can do it for flavor, but you can definitely just take a
Yeah.
3rd swing.
3. Becomes a 2.
And then she takes these 2 arrows and she's down. She kind of surges back up with a battle axe. You do what you will. I'll take at least one of you with me. And
Except you won't.
You're taking like 100.
natural 20.
Hey.
I've actually gotten a lot of 20s in this fight, to be fair.
Yeah.
But the damage, when the damage rolls are absolute potato, it doesn't make a humongous difference.
I mean, I don't know.
I am in the upper 50th percentile. 24 points of slashing
finally
damage.
took me
She
down.
chops, surges up, cornered animal, and one big strike knocks Virgil down unconscious
It
to the
only
floor.
took about 145 total damage.
And then she is going to look up, see Omka, and just this screaming rage, charge forward, axe overhead, throw herself at Omka, and fail the will save. And so,
Just walk over like,
This is the greatest sanctuary.
why?
I'm just gonna reach out and just kind of caress her face with a produced flame.
you like fire?
See, this is why I don't attack with a natural one.
Punches back from
Hey, that breaks sanctuary.
It does bring sanctuary. I punch her. No.
You just kind of hits her. You are nothing.
I am nothing. So are you.
Ozash is even across the river watching this. Legit
I got this, Ozash. You stay up there.
There's nothing left over there.
leaped here.
Is this electric arc?
Yep.
22.
It passes.
Yeah.
You've got to
You
roll.
do the
you have to
damage. It's
roll.
half. You do
Half
the
Half
damage.
damage.
Oh, half damage.
Yeah,
Yep.
2d4 plus 1.
Yep.
Minimum 1.
That is 7.
So 3.
You are nothing. Neither are you. You are not.
And it's just the laziest like lightning arc that he could do even.
And she pulls his axe back up and just drops face down on the ground and drops her axe.
Somebody go get Verja up.
That was a good time.
Hanwi, are you done being
What a
maniacal?
frickin' brawl!
I absorbed the RNG.
I looked at her life from Verja. Just
Oh my god!
here. You'll.
That is the
fast,
most
real fast,
ridiculous
real fast.
Yay.
fight ever.
This
I
is
still have
why.
it's just manual.
That was so much
This
fun.
is why we play the D20 games. We
Oh, wow.
Oh man.
but the dice,
They tell a better
the
story.
dice can tell a better story
That was
than
so
we
much
can.
fun.
Is
I
this
think
last?
that was 6 crits on just me.
The Burning Man. I rolled.
6 on you, 3 on her.
I took like
Felt like more, yeah.
4. Sorry, 4
You made, I
on
think,
you.
4 natural 20s.
You
Yeah.
made 4 nat
But like,
20s.
to be fair, I don't even think that's above average with how many freaking D20s I rolled in that fight. I don't even think that's out of like.
Well, here's the thing.
first
You
standard
made up with
deviation.
damage what you rolled in d20s.
I don't even think I did because the damage was terrible.
That's what I mean. Like, for as well
The
as
dice
you
were
rolled,
the hits were average. You're getting hit by 7 people. I'm gonna get 20s. Like it's gonna happen. Statistically, almost 1 a turn if they're all attacking twice. But oh man, that's gonna be it for us today, everyone. Next week we will pick up in the aftermath of this battle at the pass. An absolute slugfest. What a great way to introduce level 3. Oh,
I got to use all my new
I
things.
gotta get a smoke after that one. Holy crap.
For future reference, prepare more heals at level 2.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. We'll see you next
Oh my
week.
god.
Good night, everybody. Enjoy your weekends.
Good night.